Thank you. I'd like to welcome everybody to our work session for the town of Fountain Hills. Uh, Rachel, oh, do we need to take a roll call? Or should we wait on that for a minute?
Why don't I go ahead and give an overview?
All right.
We'll give everybody an
Chance
extra
to get
minute
here.
or two. I know it's early, I know, but there's plenty of coffee and donuts to keep everyone going this morning, so help yourself. So welcome, everybody. This is our, we call it, it goes by a lot of names, our mini budget retreat, our pre-budget workshop, whatever you would like to call it. The point of today is actually for staff to get feedback from the council regarding priorities for the upcoming budget process. Generally speaking, we would have had this meeting probably a month ago. We would have done it in early November so that the staff had ample time to do any research or legwork that is needed for projects that the council would like to see. Given that it's an election year, we got a little late start on it. However, it is still very valuable. For the council's knowledge and for those that may be watching at home, staff's budgets are due before the holiday. So before the Christmas holiday, before the new year, staff is requested to put in their budget for next year. We come back after the break and start reviewing and start winnowing it down, prioritizing those types of things. So today is really informational for them to make sure that they are including things that the council would like to see, that we're not focusing on things that are not recommended. It helps us focus our time and attention and efforts on the priorities. So that's really what this is about. A reminder that it's very informal. I know it doesn't feel informal. I know we're at the dais and we have the podium and all these things. However, it is intended to be a conversation. It's intended to ask questions. You'll have different staff chime in on different things, so you may be hearing from more voices than you normally do. We have all of our finance staff here. We have a number of different department folks here to kind of chime in on all of the different elements. Some of these will be really big topics. I know streets will be very informational. I know our downtown conversation will be very informational. And then some of them will move a little bit faster. We do have some time slots assigned to try to keep us on track for today. If we move faster, great. If we don't and we need some extra time, so be it. Mayor, please call for breaks whenever you need to, whenever it makes sense. But again, this is intended to be as informal as possible and as conversational as possible to get everybody on the same page. All right, with that.
With that, we'll take a roll call.
Yes, sir. And I do believe, Mayor, we have Councilmember Skillicorn on the phone. Are you there? I know he was going to get bridged in, so we'll see. And then,
Yes, I am on the phone.
thank you, sir. And then Vice Mayor Toth. Rachel, do we know if she was coming today?
She accepted the meeting invitation. I just sent her a text to see if she was on her way. I haven't heard.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'll take roll call. Mayor Friedel,
Present.
Vice Mayor Toth, at this time not available. Councilmember Earl,
Here.
Councilmember McMahon, Councilmember Kalabianakis,
Much better. I'm here.
and Councilmember Skillicorn is on the phone.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, Rachel.
All right. First up is Paul. Paul is going to walk us through kind of the budget process overview, where we stand with some things. I know we've been throwing a lot of numbers at you guys lately with the end of last year, balances, funds, different things. So this is our introduction into next year. So Paul's our subject matter expert. He has B and Michael here to back him up. So away we go.
All right, good morning, Mayor and Council. Let's get into it. So I'm going to get into and start with a budget overview. A lot of this information will be a bit of a refresher for many of you, but we think it's helpful and it's important information for you to know and to have a baseline of understanding into going into our next budget session and our budget time period in January. So first, we'll start off with looking at our fiscal year 2024 actuals. So actual activity, revenues and expenditures, as well as fund balances. And so we did talk about this a little bit just 2 days ago at the council meeting, but today we're going to talk more about, after all these things have happened, where we're at, how much we have in the funds, within our buckets, and those types of things. So just to start off, with fund accounting, there's just some basic understanding to know. Governmental accounting standards dictate requirements for governmental fund accounting. We talk about our funds all the time. On your screen, you'll see some really brief, simple explanations of our funds. Number one, our general fund, that's our main operating fund of the town. That's where most of our operations, most of our revenues go, and most of our expenditures as a town. Our streets fund, it's required by statute from Title 28 under transportation to account for our HERF gas taxes that come into the town that can only be used for streets purposes. And this is also the fund that we spend on our street pavement program that we'll be discussing a little bit later, as well as during our discussions during council meetings. Our capital projects fund, that's a fund that we created to set aside monies to use on construction for long-term improvements within the town, such as park amenities, stormwater improvements for safety, facilities such as the building you're in today, and streets improvements. And our facilities reserve fund, that one, we talk about it a lot. That's why it's on the screen. That's where we're actually setting aside money for the lake liner replacement. We also use it for ongoing repairs, maintenance, and necessary replacements of capital projects. So those two funds kind of work together. We have the capital projects fund for new improvements. The facilities reserve fund is to replace and repair those improvements as needed. And then we have about 16 other funds throughout the town that have been created for other purposes or restrictions. For example, we have a grants fund, so when we do take in grants, a lot of times those grants will be accounted for in that fund. An exception could be if it's a capital project, a lot of times we'll account for the grant revenues and expenditures in the capital projects fund. And also during our discussions, and we'll talk about the downtown strategy a little bit later, we have specific funds for economic development, the downtown strategy fund, and a tourism fund. So just to give you a baseline of last fiscal year, I'll actually show you the numbers in a graph representation to kind of show you by the major funds. But we brought in $30.8 million of revenues into our general fund last year. That's compared to projections of about $25.6 million. And on your screen, you'll see kind of the different categories. I try to capture everything. Forgive me if I missed anything, but number one, sales taxes. 2.6% of the 2.9% sales taxes go directly into the general fund. Now, a portion of that does come out because we take half of the construction sales tax from that, and that goes into the capital projects fund every month as well. State shared revenues for sales taxes, income taxes. Actually, last fiscal year, we were putting part of the vehicle license taxes into this fund, but we're not doing that anymore, so I didn't include that on the slide. But that $30.8 million does include about, I think, $350,000 of vehicle license taxes. Fines and forfeitures related to court operations, investment earnings, leases, licenses and permits, and things of that nature go into this fund. Yes?
Did you say you're no longer putting vehicle sales tax in there?
Councilmember, the vehicle license taxes, that's a state shared revenue, and that was discussed, I believe, in one of the March budget sessions for the fiscal year 2025 budget, and we received council direction to start putting all of that into the streets fund.
Okay, thank you.
So streets fund, we brought in $4.7 million. This doesn't include the transfers we made. This is just the revenue sources, how we're funding it on an ongoing basis. We brought in the 0.2% of the 2.9% of sales taxes into this fund. Also state shared revenues, HERF, that's about $1.8 million a year. Last year was 70% of the vehicle license taxes, but now currently it's 100%. And any grant revenues related to streets, which I don't know that there was much last year. I'm not sure why I put that there, but every once in a while that will happen. And investment earnings. Capital projects fund, like I mentioned, 50% of our construction sales tax comes out of the
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, of course.
Do you do all of the investment earnings into the street funds?
So, Councilmember Earl, we allocate investment earnings based on the cash or fund balances in each fund. So, for example, I'll talk about fund balances in a little bit. The streets fund, we're going to talk today about having about $14 million. So basically, that $14 million, most of it's being invested on an ongoing basis, and as we receive investment earnings like dividends and things like that on a monthly basis, we allocate it. So we put, based on that 14 million that's in that fund, however much we earned on that $14 million, we record those investment earnings in that fund. So we're accounting for the investment earnings across the funds based on how much cash is in each of the funds. Similar to if you had bank accounts. If you have a bank account here and here with different amounts of money, they're earning interest, that's basically what we're doing. And you'll see those on the next slide, the actual investment earnings into that fund. Facilities Reserve Fund, we basically fund this by transfers from the general fund. In the revenues portion, I didn't include that because it could get a little confusing, but I'll show some of that information in a little bit. But that $264,000, I believe, was mostly from investment earnings last year. And across all our 16 other funds, we brought in another $1.7 million. A key note right there is we put in 0.1 of the 2.9% of our local sales taxes into the Economic Development Fund and the Downtown Strategy Fund, and they're split 80% and 20%. We also have investment earnings, grant revenues, and other miscellaneous revenues in those different funds. So on your screen is our general fund actual versus our budgeted revenues from last fiscal year, just to give you an idea. At the bottom, you'll see we budgeted we projected $25.6 million of revenues, and we brought in $30.8 million. That top line is our transaction privilege taxes, our local sales taxes. We brought in a little over $17 million into the general fund, compared to a projection of $13.5 million. That really is where we keep our conservative projections to give us some wiggle room. Our intergovernmental revenue was pretty in line with projections. We projected $10.4 million. We brought in $10.3 million. That is the category where the vehicle license tax will actually reduce that a little bit in the general fund this year, because now it's going into the streets fund. So you'll see that it's a little bit different. That's actually a little bit inflated last year too, because of the state shared income taxes that we'll also talk about. Last year, we got kind of a big bump to that because of the change of the formula, and I have a specific slide about that. We'll discuss that a little bit more. So that will actually go down a bit more. It did for fiscal year 25, and it will continue to in fiscal year 26. Licenses and permits, that actually greatly outpaced our projections with $1.4 million. We also have some other revenues in our general fund, such as leases and rents, charges for services, other revenues, fines and forfeitures related to our court. And as you can see, our investment earnings, so Councilmember Earl, this is the general fund, and you were asking about the streets funds. I'll show you that on the next slide, but that's another area where we have very conservative projections and something that we'll look at this year. We made $728,000 of investment earnings in our general fund last year, and we projected $20,000. So it far outpaced our conservative projections. Oh. Okay, I'll try to speak closer to the mic. Thank you. So here's our streets fund. To your question, Councilmember Earl, there's different types of revenues. Our intergovernmental revenues, our HERF, and our vehicle license taxes, we brought in $2.7 million last year. Our local sales taxes of 0.2%, we brought in $1.4 million into that fund. We have some other minor revenues, and our investment earnings, $558,000 of investment earnings in the streets fund last year, compared to conservative projections of $10,000. So in total, we brought in $4.7 million into this fund without considering transfers. As you know, in our last council meeting, we talked about some of the transfers we've made into the streets fund. You just approved another $2 million to go into that fund. So these numbers don't include those transfers. It's just how much we're funding the fund on an ongoing basis. And it's creating a baseline of funding for your understanding. In our capital projects fund, we fund this with the construction sales tax. Last year was a very high amount of construction sales tax, comparable to prior years. I know fiscal year 23 was high as well. So we did bring in $1.6 million. That's half of the construction sales tax. So we brought in about $3.2 million of construction sales taxes last year. And again, investment earnings, we've been doing well in our investment earnings category. We brought in $407,000 last year. So we're going to talk again about now our expenditures, how much we spent out of these funds, to give you an idea of what we're spending on operations and where those expenditures are being paid out of. So number one, our general fund, we spent, remember, we brought in $30.8 million into the general fund of revenues. We spent $21.7 million from our general fund on things like town operations, administration, the MCSO contract for law enforcement, our fire department, park operations, community services, things that are happening in the community center, things like that, that would be funded by the general fund. Public works, other than streets operations, facilities, development services, legal, and there's other things. There's lots of things that we pay out of our general fund. Streets fund, we can only use the streets fund for streets purposes. We use the streets fund to pay, we paid for $6.3 million of expenditures for streets paving, street signage, and whatever else is needed for the streets. Sometimes we do striping, reconstruction of medians, things like that. And so we spent $6.3 million last year. For our capital projects fund, we spent $3.2 million on streets improvements, facilities, park amenities, and stormwater improvements. Facilities reserve fund, for necessary repairs and maintenance, we spent $463,000. And across all our other 16 funds, we spent $1.7 million last year on things like economic development, the downtown strategy, tourism, grants expenditures, and other miscellaneous types of things. Again, this is trying to develop a baseline of understanding of how we operate, how we're receiving revenues, how we're expending them. So this is based on last year, and then we're going to talk a little bit about where we're at in a little bit. So now on your screen is the general fund, and this is how we spent our monies out of the general fund last year compared to our budget. Number one, public safety. I hear that a lot, people talking about how much we spend on public safety. So that would include our fire department, our MCSO contract, a couple other little things like our animal control services and things like that. So we budgeted $11.9 million and we spent $11.4 million. It's about 53% of our general fund expenditures last year. So that's something I hear brought up, and there's the data right there to show you that. Our general government, we budgeted $6.7 million and we spent $3.9 million. That's a lot of the essential types of things that we do in the town. Our administration, administrative services, procurement, municipal court, things like that come out of our general government function. Culture and recreation, that's really our community services department, that's our community services department, and we budgeted $3.9 million and $3.4 million was spent out of the general fund. Public works, other than streets, so facilities and other types of things that Public Works is doing on a daily basis, we budgeted $1.6 million and they spent $1.57. And development services, again, we budgeted 1.3 and we spent 1.2. So I think the key takeaway here and what we talk about a lot in these sessions is when we're budgeting, that's the maximum amount we can spend on the things that the categories that mayor and council approves for us to spend it on. So that's kind of an illustration of that there. In our general fund, we budgeted a maximum of $25.6 million, but we spent $21.7 million. Right there, that's about almost a $4 million variance where we didn't spend that money that we were budgeted.
Paul, I'm going to jump in really quick because I think this is a good time to sort of highlight and compliment the staff because this is a result of what our staff does sort of in that day-to-day, in the trenches, boots on the ground, if you want to call it that. You heard a meeting or two ago, we talked about how some of our staff worked to get better pricing on some chillers and some things that we were doing with our HVAC system, right? Our staff treats the budget like it's their wallet, if you want to call it that too. The idea that they want to get the best service and the best quality and the best price is illustrated right here. And so hats off to the staff that work to do that, to maintain budget, stay in budget, and preserve budget, because we all know we want that dollar to stretch as far as possible. So kudos to everybody out there. I think that is this highlights exactly what that does, so.
And All right, streets fund, some actual numbers for you. Maintenance and repair, including our streets paving that we've been discussing. We budgeted $5.3 million last year. We spent $4.7 million. And down the line, as you can see, wages and benefits, contractual services, things like that. These are all being spent on streets purposes within the town. And so overall, we budgeted a little over $7 million, and we spent $6.3 million last year. And we'll talk about streets fund quite a bit in our next section of the retreat. Capital projects fund, we spent about $3 million on capital expenditures for long-term improvements within the town. All right, so this slide kind of builds upon what we talked about at the last council meeting. So the last council meeting, I kind of realized it could have been a little confusing because we were talking about the end of the fiscal year. So we were talking about June 30 fund balances that were audited. Then we talked about, hey, we've already made some transfers in July. That's where we're at. Today, we're trying to talk about basically what we have today. We're talking about how much we have in each of these funds today for our operations and what we can expect going forward for our fiscal year 26 budget. So our general fund, after we're making all these required transfers, like we talked about, we're transferring $2 million in the streets fund. We're going to process about $2.7 million of transfers into the capital projects fund. Now we have about, I put a range there. It's probably more like 9 to 10 million is what we have in our general fund right now, and that will start to build. Right now, this is the time our local sales tax revenues start to increase quite a bit. So we're going to start building that more over the next 4 or 5 months. But right now, that's kind of our baseline of where we're starting at. Our streets fund, we've well-funded our streets fund. We have about $14 million in our streets fund today. And a lot of this has to do with a lot of the transfers that have been strategically approved by mayor and council. We've transferred about $12.4 million into this fund from the general fund the past 3 years. And so that equates to most of the fund balance. And so we're going to talk about how we can strategically use that fund balance in our next portion. But $14 million, that would be a healthy balance for that fund. Capital projects fund, after the $2.7 million, we're going to have about $11.5 million in our capital projects fund. And like we talked about, I know Councilmember McMahon had asked about this in the last meeting. We are going to spend it down a bit this year on current capital projects that are going on, such as the Golden Eagle impoundment. But right now, we have that amount in that fund. Facilities Reserve Fund, we have about $7 million in this fund now, and specifically about $5 million set aside for the Lake Liner project. It's actually a little bit more than that based on our interest being allocated to it, but we didn't have a more current number at this time. We're going to have that soon for you, but it's about $5 million at this point. And across all our other funds, all our other governmental funds, we have about $5 to $6 million set aside in other funds. All right, so this is a refresher. We're just going to talk about what you can expect over the next 6 months as far as our budgetary process and what you'll see in council meetings and some of the retreats and things like that. I'll probably try to speed through this a little bit because it is a refresher. So the first 2 steps are kind of hand in hand, but really the most important first step in our budget process is forecasting our revenues. That kind of falls on the finance division. Like we talked about, some of our revenue projections are quite conservative, and we'll continue to take that approach, but there are some areas that we can look at, taking a little bit stronger approach on. So the reason this is important as our first step is our revenues and our forecasts really drive what we can spend, especially in our general fund. Our general fund budget needs to be balanced between our revenues and our expenditures. So whatever we bring in revenues and our projections, that's what we can spend in our general fund. So we're actually starting this process now. Actually, next week, we'll start that process and get into it. And this is just kind of a refresher of the types of revenues that come in. The only other difference would be the streets fund now, this year, and then for going forward as well for fiscal year 26, the vehicle license taxes are 100% going to be in the streets fund. So these are just refreshers right here. Revenue allocation splits. This is important to understand, so I'll get into this, and I'll have another slide for local sales. Oh, I'm sorry, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the streets fund, we had allocated $5.3 million and we spent 4.7 million. We've got 14 million in the streets funds right now. Will we be able to continue funding the streets at approximately $5 million, and for how many years?
So, Mayor, council member, so that funding, here, let's go back to that slide. And I will talk about the streets fund funding more in depth in a minute or in the next session. But the revenues going to the streets fund are based on ongoing revenues. So that $4.7 million on your screen, that's the actual revenues we brought in last year. And so it's dependent on like local sales tax. That's 1.4 million of that. So as long as we're continuing to bring in consistent levels of local sales taxes, that will continue to go into that fund. As we receive our state shared revenues each month. HERF, I think, is once a month, and vehicle license taxes are twice a month. So we get those, we put them into that fund. So as long as those revenues are coming in, we're continuing to invest and receive investment earnings, we'll be able to fund those. If there are changes to any of those, for example, our local sales taxes start to dip because something happens with the economy, then ongoing funding may go down. And so it's kind of a balancing game. We talk about balancing games a lot with the budget. Right now, we have a $14 million fund balance. So even if some of those revenues went down and we wanted to continue our budgeted expenditure levels, which are higher than our revenues right now, we're able to do that because we have savings. We have a fund balance.
Right.
But we have to manage that. Once our fund balance starts going down and there's less money available, we may not be able to continue that. So it's like you, in your personal life, you have a bank account and you have a savings account and you want to buy Christmas gifts for your family, right? You bring in a certain amount of money, but you also have savings that you can pull from if you need to, if your paycheck's not covering all. It's the same kind of principle. You can use that money on the streets as long as you have the money to use it.
And as long as we continue revenues at the current funding level, we will be able to continue funding the streets at our funding level that we've done for the past 2 years?
Yes, for now, because we have our fund balances available to pull from as needed.
Okay, thank you.
Paul, the other thing too is if we hit a period of time where investment yields drop dramatically, that'll affect some of these fund balances as well.
Yeah, Mayor, absolutely, it will. As we've talked about, we have very conservative projections on our investment earnings. Right now, we're in a high interest rate environment. It's something that I've put a lot of effort into looking at with our advisors, and we do invest daily. And if those yields go down, yeah, that could impact us. But we're not, as you can see on the screen, the streets fund revenues, we're not very reliant on those. Those are more like a cherry on top kind of thing at this point. So let's see, where was I? So our local sales taxes that we bring in every month, we do split those across 5 different funds. So I'll show you a slide on the next slide to explain that or illustrate that. That is important to understand. Our urban revenue sharing, so our state shared income taxes that we receive every month, that goes 100% into our general fund, as well as our state shared sales taxes that we also receive each month. Our HERF, our highway user revenue taxes, those go 100% to the streets fund. They're required to by statute. Our vehicle license taxes now are being 100% deposited into the streets fund. And just to be clear, in previous years, we were doing 70% into the streets fund and 30% into the general fund, but mayor and council made a strategic decision or direction to put it all into the streets fund to increase the funding for streets. So that's why we're doing that. And then other revenues or other sources into these funds are just transfers like we talked about. We transfer money typically from the general fund into other funds to support operations as needed based on staff recommendations or policy. So this is just a simple illustration of what we do each month for our local sales taxes. And it's important to understand this is based on things that council have done in the past, over the past 20 or so, 30 years. They've made decisions to apply a local sales tax. And there have been decisions to increase an excise local sales tax for specific purposes, such as the streets, such as economic development, such as the downtown fund, and to fund the capital projects fund for long-term improvements. So it's a combination of things, but that is why we do these things each month and why we fund these funds the way we do. So of the 2.9% of local sales tax, for example, when you go in to buy something at a retail store in town, you're charged, it's a combined 9.2% sales tax rate. That includes a state portion, a county portion, and 2.9% out of that 9.2% is the town's portion. And of that 2.9%, most of it goes to the general fund. It goes into 2.6% of that goes into the general fund, 0.2% goes in the streets fund, 0.08 or 80% of 0.1% goes into the economic development fund, and 0.02% or 20% of 0.1% goes into the downtown fund automatically. And then at the end of the month, what we do is we take a look at the total construction sales taxes we brought in for the month, and we split that in half, and we take that and put that into the capital projects fund. And so this is important to understand because this is a little more than 50% of the town's total revenues coming in each month. So revenues, I kind of alluded to it earlier. Revenues are really important because they're filling the town buckets, they're filling our funds for operations. And so without the revenues, it would be challenging to continue to operate without dipping into our fund balances. We'd have to start doing things like that. But another important concept with revenues are contingencies. So as you see on the screen, revenues equal budgeted expenditures plus contingencies. So we start with our budgeted expenditures. We're going through that process now where departments are starting to look at their base budgets from last year, what minor modifications are needed, and what they'd like to, what we call it is a supplemental process. They request supplements, saying we'd like to institute these additional programs, we'd like to spend money on this additional software, things like that. So we're kind of starting that process as well for fiscal year 26. But what's important to understand is if the revenues are coming into the bucket as projected, that's something we monitor every month. And as long as we have that revenue level that we are expecting, then we have a contingency. So the general fund budget is required by statute and policies to be balanced, like I mentioned. So whatever revenues are coming in, that's what we can budget. But contingencies fill the gap between the revenues and budget expenditures in the general fund. And it can only be used for unforeseen or emergency expenditures. So a lot of times you'll hear during council meetings, there's a situation that came up with the streets, and we'd like additional permission or budget authority to spend additional money on the streets. So we have these contingencies that we can come to council and request to use them or transfer into other funds as needed. And it's just additional budget authority or permission. It's not actual money. It's budget authority or permission that we can use on those types of things.
Paul, can I pop in on that
Yeah,
one too?
of course.
A lot of times we hear, oh, that is, people use terms like, oh, that's a slush fund, or oh, that's the play money. I'm like, that's actually quite the opposite. It's the uh-oh money. Is the, oh, we didn't know we were going to have this happen. In years past, a couple years ago, we had a very large sinkhole and found that we had very deteriorated drainage along Panorama, and it was $1 million of work that had to happen, and we didn't have. So that's where a contingency gives you that flexibility to say, well, we didn't budget for this, but we got to do it. A good example earlier this year is when we had the situation where we had to pay back, was it the state that overpaid or that overcollected and had to do refunds back to all the residents. And they came back knocking on our door and saying, well, we need that money back. We overpaid you. Well, we didn't budget for that. We didn't have, a couple $100,000 set aside for that purpose. So instead of cutting something and saying, well, sorry, this year we're not going to do Christmas lights because we had to pay this back, we didn't expect it, we give ourselves this cushion, this contingency to take care of any unexpected things like that. Is that?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, good.
Well said.
Rachel, could you comment, please, on how proactive the staff is at looking for ways to cut the budget as well, and to come in under budget on specific projects and that too?
Absolutely. The worst feeling we have is to tell you we're going to spend a certain amount of money and then come back and say, oops, we actually need more. That's not our ideal. It's quite the opposite. We would much rather give you sort of a a top number and say, we're not going to exceed this. We think we need $1 million to do it. We don't need any more than that. We're hoping to come under. And usually, and I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but a lot of our staff are very good at sort of putting worst case scenario out there, giving ourselves enough money to do stuff, and coming back and saying, hey, we got it done at 800, or hey, we got it done at, under budget, which is what we want to do. We want to come back because we know if we come in under budget, well, now we can talk about the next project and we can get moving on something else to complement the town or serve the town or provide a service or a program or a facility. We take that very, very personal. And again, I'm going to kind of pick on the parks only because I know the parks pretty well. It's always about, what can we get? How can we get this? Oh, wouldn't this be neat too? Well, we didn't budget for it. We don't have enough money. Okay, then we need to make sure we do really good on this one so that we have enough left over to do this. And then it's sort of that under promise, over deliver kind of point. And we take that all the way up to the budget process in that Paul just told you, we take a really conservative estimate on our revenues. Why? Because we don't want to be short. If we budget, 30 million and we come in at 28, that's bad. That's a problem. When we do it right, we're coming in over what we estimate because we want to take that conservative approach. We don't want to have to reel it back in March or April and go, hey, we're not hitting our revenue goals, which means we can't spend what we thought we were going to spend. Nobody wants to be in that position where we have to dial stuff back. So we purposely take a very conservative approach so that we are in good standing and able to carry out the projects and the programs and the different services to our community in that way. So yes, short answer is the staff take it very, very personal and treat this money like it's their own, because it is.
So I would echo that deficiencies are not good. We don't ever want to be in that position. Now, I know a couple of years ago, for the newer council members, we got not a blow-by-blow, but a list of the larger projects that we came in under budget with. Is that something we plan on continuing to do so that we can actually see those numbers?
Yeah, absolutely. You may recall this fiscal year that we're in right now, we've committed to doing a quarterly CIP update. So Justin and Kevin have been kind of giving you updates on the different CIP projects. As we bring those into completion later in the year, you'll start to hear those numbers. Where are we at? Are we on budget? Are we under budget? Are we looking to, change the scope? Those types of things. But for the most part, yes. So yes, we will continue to do that. But again, a lot of those wins aren't necessarily on big projects. They're on the small things that we're doing when we do maintenance on buildings, when we go out. In fact, Justin's working to reline our parking lot in a couple of weeks because our parking lines and all of the handicap markings and the different things are so faded that you can't see them. Well, he went out and we talked about it. We said, we can't afford to repave it. What can we do? And he was able to come up with a solution that was far less expensive, but will be just as effective for our residents. So a lot of those wins are in those day-to-day operational level things too, which is what you saw, why we come in under budget in each of our departments as well. So it's not just on the big projects, but it's on the little things too.
All right, good discussion. So contingencies, it's important to know that contingencies only really exist if our revenues are coming in as projected. And that's kind of how they come into play. So that's something we monitor monthly. I talk about in the quarterly reports. And right now we are meeting and exceeding our projections. And so then contingencies exist. And you'll hear about it during council meetings when we come and request to use them on unforeseen types of things that you'll hear throughout the year. And again, we always want to kind of reemphasize this, that when we're talking about budget or contingencies, it's not actual money. It's the permission or giving us and staff the authority to use those monies on those purposes in the budget. So this is the second step of the budget process, kind of one and the same with the revenue, or the same timing as the revenues. We're starting this process now where the departments and the divisions, they're going through their base budgets and they're submitting their initial budgets to finance, and we'll discuss with the town manager in early January. And so this illustration is just to show you that without a budget, these departments can't spend money. So that's the process that they need to go through to be able to operate throughout the year to provide services to our citizens. So our third step is our budget requests. Those are also in process of being submitted, and we'll consider them in January into early February. So our supplemental requests are ongoing or one time. That could be if departments want to purchase new goods or services to support their objectives, or it could be personnel-based supplemental requests. They need additional staffing for specific reasons. It could be capital requests as well. So we go through a capital request process to talk about the capital improvement plan for next year, which we discuss at length in council meetings. With the updates, we're going to have a budget retreat specifically for capital projects, I believe in March for the fiscal year 26 budget. And so these capital projects will be the long-term improvements from Public Works and from Community Services for parks. And then the fourth step will be the April through June timeframe. We start with the proposed budget. So that is simply the town manager and staff's proposed budget. This is what we've worked through. This is what we've discussed and we've received direction from council on in the work sessions. And this is what we're proposing. We have a discussion, we look at it, we receive direction from council. We come back the next month with the tentative budget. The tentative budget, it's important to understand, once we bring the tentative budget and mayor and council adopts that, that's the maximum amount of money that we can budget in our final budget. So it cannot go up to the adopted budget. There could be some minor changes made at that point, and then we come back in June with the final budget for adoption.
Can I hop in one more time?
Yes, of course.
So one other thing I think that, as we've been talking, especially with some of our newer council and reviewing this process, the way I've tried to frame it for those that necessarily aren't our finance staff, because our finance staff knows this way better, is that a budget is a plan. A budget is the plan of what we think we're going to do and how we think we're going to spend the money. Understanding that it's fluid and that it is a living sort of process as we get going. Because we're forecasting, okay, it's obviously December, we're forecasting what we're going to be spending 18 months from now. The world can change 18 months from now, we all know this. So the idea is that we're putting together our plans with the best forecast that we can, use our crystal ball as much as possible, use our industry expertise to know this is what we think is going to work. But when we come back during council meetings, and this is what you're used to, you'll hear us say, hey, we need more money over here, or we didn't expect this, so we're going to pull from this number to increase this number. We have enough savings over here in order to take on the overage over there, and to keep moving things around and sort of shuffling as long as that bottom line expenditure number doesn't change. And that's really what we talk about when we come up to ask for things throughout the year. It says, hey, we planned for X, it ended up being Y, so we need to move some things around. And we've already done usually the legwork to say we've figured out where we can take from, where we can afford to move it from in order to keep everything balanced. So the budget, while it is very finite in some ways, has the flexibility to move things around. I had a question a while back that said, well, I often hear, well, there's no money for that. And I said, well, what that means generally is that we didn't budget for that. We didn't plan to spend anything there. Therefore, if we do, we have to take it from somewhere else. So I think that that is a good sort of way to wrap your mind around a lot of this, that the budget is the plan.
All right, thank you, Rachel.
Oh, I'll chime in too. I think Hannah's going to be calling in. I just heard from her.
So that's the budget process in a nutshell that you can expect over this next 6 or 7 months. But there are some important restrictions to understand as well. The first one are statutory restrictions for the budget. The town shall not spend money for a purpose not included in its budget. The town shall not spend money or incur liabilities in excess. So that's basically saying if we budget a certain amount and we adopt it, we cannot spend more than that. That's the maximum amount the town can spend this next year. And budget authority transfers between funds may occur with council majority vote. So that's when we come to council and ask for a transfer of budget authority or permission. Number two, everyone's favorite topic, the expenditure limitation. It can get kind of confusing to discuss, but I know we talk about it at length. So the Arizona Constitution and statute require governments and municipalities to spend below the expenditure limitation. And so the Economic Estimates Commission in the state they set that limit every year. So I think we'll get an initial estimate probably in January, February for next year, and we'll get a final one maybe in March or April. And so for this current year we're in, that limit is $35.6 million. It's also important to know, and we'll talk about this at length during the streets discussion, is that there are certain revenue sources that when you spend those revenues, they don't count towards the expenditure limitation, and we call those exclusions. And so we are able to budget above the expenditure limitation as long as we're considering which revenue sources are exclusions and what we're going to spend from. And so this year's a good example. Fiscal year 25, we budgeted a maximum amount of $45.2 million, which is, you know, almost $10 million more than expenditure limitation. And that's because we considered those exclusions. And on your screen are really the four main categories of exclusions. HERF revenues, that $1.8 million, that's an exclusionary revenue source. Grants, when we receive grants and spend them, those don't count towards the expenditure limitation. Debt, the town has no debt, but if we did, that would be an exclusionary revenue source. Investment earnings as well, which, so in a high interest rate environment, when we're doing well, that's also a good thing to have in our back pocket. So the EEC will set our expenditure limitation next year, and they base that increase, or I guess it could be a decrease, based on two factors. Number one, inflation, so inflationary measures that they're tracking, and changes in population in the municipality. It's also important to note that governments, municipalities do have options to increase the expenditure limitation, but that requires voter approval, and so we'd have to bring that to the voters, and there's different categories of that we could consider in the future if needed. So I've had this question or discussion come up a few times where trying to illustrate how the expenditure limitation and the budget requirements kind of limit our spending, which, you know, it can be a very good thing in a lot of regards in limiting our spending, but just comparing it between a private business and the government and what we have to follow. So this is based on basically where we're at right now from our financial perspective. If we were a private business and we had $50 million in the bank in fund balances and we brought in $40 million of revenues, if we wanted to, we could spend up to that $90 million on our operations to run our business, to try to generate profit. We probably wouldn't, we'd probably go bankrupt, you know, but we could do that. It would be up to our discretion. The town of Fountain Hills, we have about $50 million in our fund balances, and we're probably going to bring in around $40 million of revenues. But for this fiscal year, because of those restrictions we talked about, the maximum we could spend is $45.2 million of that $90 million. And that's because of the restrictions. Number one, the adopted budget amount, the maximum we could spend as a whole is $45.2 million. And when we're considering the expenditure limitation, the maximum we could spend is $35.6 million. So that's kind of just a simple illustration, right? We could spend $90 million if we were a business, but really we can only spend half of that as a government. Any questions? Okay. All right, so now we're just going to talk about some revenue impacts that we can expect for next fiscal year. Councilmember Earl, I know some of the things he asked about at the last meeting. We'll talk about what's going to happen next year, and we can dive into that a little bit here in this section. So urban revenue sharing, this is the state sharing income taxes with municipalities, and we receive these state shared revenues every year. For fiscal year 25, we experienced a large decrease from fiscal year 24. This is challenging to explain, and I probably didn't explain it the best during the council meeting, but I do want to kind of explain how we got here. In fiscal year 23, 2 years ago, we received about $4.6 million of this revenue. And because of all the changes, number one, there was a flat tax being implemented by the state, which was lowering income tax collections, started in 2023. During this time, there was a negotiation to increase the amount of money given to municipalities. The percentage went from 15% to 18%, so they increased how much of the percentage of income taxes they were going to give to the municipality pool. Well, there's this 1 year period, fiscal year 24, last fiscal year, where we benefited from the increased distribution because the full flat tax implementation hadn't gone into place yet, because this revenue source is a 2-year lag. So we're receiving income taxes from 2 years ago each year. So the flat tax, so think about in fiscal year 23, the flat tax hadn't been fully implemented yet, so income tax collections were still higher. And in fiscal year 24, we started getting the increased distribution. So our urban revenue sharing, shared income taxes went up from $4.6 million to a kind of a lump sum. I don't want to call it a windfall. We increased our revenues in this category from 4.6 to about $6.4 million last year. And so that's something we probably didn't do the best job of explaining in the retreats in the spring, but for fiscal year 25. So we did lose this money for fiscal year 25. It went back down. We're receiving a little over $5 million this year instead of that $6.4 million. But if you're looking at it 2 years ago, it's still a little bit more than we were receiving 2 years ago. And the thing to know, though, for next fiscal year 26, going into that, the initial projections we're getting is this revenue source is going to go down more before it starts kind of plateauing and going back up, because I guess the idea is that people's income is starting to go up. So next year they are projecting, the Arizona League is projecting another $500,000 decrease to our share of those revenues. So we're receiving a little more than $5 million. They're projecting about $4.6 million for us next year for this revenue source. We do get projections from the league throughout the budget process, so we'll get one probably in February, another initial projection, and then we'll get another like interim projection and a final projection close to the time of the tentative budget. So by that time we'll know better, but it's probably going to be somewhere around that $4.6 million for fiscal year 26, next fiscal year. And it's somewhat predictable because it's based on the income taxes from 2 years ago, and the state's already collected those. The thing that fluctuates is the population and looking at all the municipalities' populations. So the Arizona League looks at that for us and gives us a projection. Does that help? I know that was more detailed than during the council meeting. So, and I'd be happy to discuss in more detail if you'd like. Long-term residential rentals. So for fiscal year 25 that we're in now, we did project that we were going to lose half of these revenues, and we talked about losing about $300,000. The actual revenues are on your screen. Last fiscal year, we brought in $769,000 of this revenues. This is all going away in January next month. The state's been, ADUR has been putting out a lot of guidance to taxpayers that they can no longer file TPT returns in this category starting in January. So we're going to not get these revenues very soon, and this is going to impact our projections by about another $300,000 or maybe a little bit more next year. But the impact on actual revenues is a little bit more. As you can see, we brought in over $700,000 last year of this revenue source. So those last two slides, that's about $800,000 of initial revenue losses that we'll have to consider in our general fund right off the bat. So definitely challenging to look at and something we're going to consider in our revenue projections. And we've already talked about this, but I just want to make it clear and put it out there that our vehicle license taxes, they used to partially go to the general fund, but now they're going fully to the streets fund. And so that does affect the revenue projections in the general fund for this ongoing year already and going forward. And so now the environmental fund, this environmental fund is being sunset. That's something we talked about during the fiscal year 2025 budget process. So the town used to charge an environmental fee to its residents. It was about a 4-year period through fiscal year 19. And we accounted for these revenues in a different fund. We call it the environmental fund. Since then, the town has, so it went away. It went away around fiscal year 19, fiscal year 20. We stopped charging it. And since then, the town has continued to fund these operations by a transfer from the general fund. So we would transfer money from the general fund to be able to continue to do everything. And so it would be stormwater cleaning and maintenance. A lot of times we talk about the stormwater contracts and things like that. That's usually being paid out of the environmental fund. But we didn't transfer any, we didn't budget any transfers for fiscal year 25 because we're talking about sunsetting it and no longer continuing to use that fund. We don't have a dedicated revenue source. We're not charging that fee anymore. So it didn't really make sense to continue doing what we're doing. Our Public Works Director, Justin, will talk a little bit about the state and federal regulations we need to follow to be able, and why we do these types of things and why we need to continue doing them. But the reason we want to bring it up to you is because you can expect a supplemental request from the Public Works Department of somewhere around $400,000 to $500,000 to continue taking on these operations out of the general fund starting in fiscal year 26. So with that, I'm done. And Justin, if you'd like to talk about the environmental program.
Good morning. How's everybody? The current council and the new council members will note that most recently staff asked for the approval of a contract for monitoring and providing support to us. Included in that contract package was a 5-year forecast that showed the cost of just that contract alone. Not included in the mandates or some reactive, and we'll go to the mandates first. The state and federal government have mandates that are spelled out over basically a 7-year period in regards to the Clean Waters Act. And each of those years, additional actions must be taken by each municipal or county government agency to comply with that. We are currently in year 3, and you will note that next year in the agreement, the fee for the monitoring and filing necessary paperwork increases substantially. And that's because we have to meet additional mandates. So we have state and federal mandates that we have to meet in the aforementioned soon-to-be sunset environmental fund. Out of that fund, we also fund our household hazardous waste collection and our electronics recycling collection. Now let me clear that up and make sure we understand. The bulk of that is paid through our agreement with Republic Services. The town staff is only responsible for securing the facility and paying for any necessary traffic control on that date and also for any staffing required on that date. It's not much, but it's still a considerable amount of money to accomplish those two benefits. We also utilize that fund for all of our on-call storm damage cleanup, which may not be immediately after a storm on some of them, depending on the severity and their location. In fact, we currently have several contractors on call, and they're going to be out working with us now that it's a little cooler to remove some sediment in various locations. That's just another little location where we will be submitting a supplemental request to the town manager. And lastly, and this one is very important, we have a whole separate contract that just does storm drain cleaning. These are generally in the form of pipes or box culverts. It is necessary to keep all of these clean and inspect them to ensure that they are functioning correctly should we have a storm event, which I too recognize that it's been a while since we've seen any rainfall, but we need to be prepared for that. And lastly, and this is the reactive part, we have to react in the event of a storm event if we have any catastrophic failures or damage to our facilities and our streets. Those types of things are difficult to predict and also very challenging to budget for. What we have done in the past is react to that and get an estimate from all involved and take that to the town manager. Depending on where we are at and adjacent to council meetings, the town manager will communicate directly with the elected body, and then we'll bring that back to them for an additional explanation and or ask them to codify any agreements after that fact. So as we discuss the elimination of the environmental fund and the need to begin to fund that out of the general fund, I, along with the town engineer and also to some extent the community services director, will be submitting supplemental requests to the town manager. And admittedly, I'm a little bit intimidated by this because I don't like to under budget for things because we can't spend money on something that wasn't budgeted, but at the same time, I have to look towards the past for lessons learned. So we'll get through this process, and we'll certainly have a little bit of a learning curve, and we appreciate the opportunity to learn from past experience on how best to move forward. Any questions about the environmental fund? Awfully quiet.
So one of the big takeaways on that is when you see the supplement list and you go, oh my gosh, that's a lot, you'll know a good portion of that is the environmental elements that have to start being budgeted out of that number. So, all right. With that, Mayor, do you want to keep going? Do you want to take a quick break? How are you feeling? Oh. Okay, because I think we're about to tackle one of the big topics today, which is our streets, the discussion on our streets. We have both Paul and Justin are going to kind of tag team this topic. We're going to talk about the money, how much money we have, how we can spend the money, how do we get enough money to do the streets, because we know it's a big project with a big price tag. And we also have some other folks here to help talk about that, our bond counsel and advisors. And then Justin will come and talk about what we're actually looking at doing, what you guys would like to see done next year, so the actual application of what do you want to get done in FY26. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to Paul. I hope you had a brief reprieve and a quick donut back there.
It was a good break. All right, let's continue. So just for everyone to understand and know, we do have our municipal advisor, Jim Strickland from Columbia Capital here today, as well as our bond counsel from Greenberg Traurig, Zach Sakis. Did I say that right? Sakis, excuse me. And so they're here to answer any questions you have, any detailed questions you want to know about what's out there on the market, what are some legal considerations for debt options and bond options. So we are going to talk about some debt options towards the end of this presentation. And so let's get to it. So talking about our streets paving needs and restrictions. I've been here 10 months and I hear about streets regularly in the council meetings. So I've been learning a lot about the town's needs, talking with our town manager, public works director next to me. And so what I've been hearing is the town needs anywhere between possibly $40 to $50 million to completely repave and reconstruct our roads. And so we've been doing what we've been budgeting what we can out of our streets fund. We'll talk about that a little bit more. But you see that number is more than what we kind of have talked about that's in our streets fund currently. So the Public Works Department has been coming to council with that data. We call it BOSS data to provide paving options to council. And the town has been making key decisions, which we talked about as well, transferring more money into the streets fund to be able to take on more streets paving needs. So one thing that's really important to understand is we can't just spend that $14 million in the streets fund. If we want to, we have to follow and comply with those restrictions we've talked about. So the expenditure limitation restricts the municipalities or the town specifically from increasing our spending on streets. But our finance division, we're doing the best we can. We have been taking some creative steps to possibly allow higher spending next year, which we'll talk about. Other options that council could consider could increase near-term funding and spending, such as debt options that go out longer than 1 year. Yes.
If I may. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know we always speak about that $40 to $50 million like it's an assumption that's written in the stone. Those numbers, were they the Streets Committee alone, or were those numbers compiled with the RIS report or the BOSS data system? Where did we get those numbers?
Councilmember Calavianakis, the projections that you're looking at there are from our boss. So the Streets Committee had a different approach that they presented to the mayor and council at that time. Their number is not included in this because that approach was never adopted per se. So this is based on projections from our current software system.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we already talked about our streets fund actual. This is more of an illustration. And what I'm trying to do on this slide and the next slide is to to show you an illustration of our baseline spending, how we're funding the streets fund now, and what we're doing to be able to take on our streets paving needs currently. So for fiscal year 24 that just ended, our actual revenues that went into the streets funds, our HERF revenues of $1.8 million went into that fund. Our vehicle license taxes before we changed the split of almost $1 million went into that fund as well. Our local sales taxes of $1.4 million went into the fund. And our investment earnings and other miscellaneous revenues of $0.6 million. And then we transferred in $4.2 million into the streets fund last year. So as you see at the top, we funded the streets fund with $8.9 million, but really the transfers are more of a year-to-year thing, so our ongoing baseline funding is right around $4.7 million based on actual revenues. And we spent $6.3 million last year, $4.4 million or so on streets paving, and all other streets needs about $1.9 million. So just trying to create a baseline of what we're doing now. Fiscal year 25, budgeted revenues and expenditures, it's going to be some similar numbers. HERF revenues of $1.8 million, VLT, now that's increased with the 100% going in of $1.2 million. Local sales tax of $1.2 million projections, investment earnings of $0.2 million, and we budgeted $2 million of transfers, and we council just approved another $2 million. So we're funding the streets fund this year with $8.4 million of revenues and other sources. We've budgeted $7.7 million of total expenditures, and that includes the recently approved budget authority transfers for additional streets paving. I think that was at one of the November meetings. So for this year, the council has approved $5.6 million for streets paving needs, including those budget transfers. And other streets needs, another $2.1 million. So total expenditures of $7.7 million for this year. So again, just trying to establish a baseline. If we weren't making those transfers, one thing to note is we are technically underfunding based on our expenditures. We're funding the streets fund by about $4.5 to $5 million a year. We're budgeting a little over $7 million. So like we talked about earlier, the way we're budgeting is we're eating into our fund balance. We're eating into our savings each year to be able to do that. But because we've had excess reserves, we've been able to transfer money into this fund. So this is really our current situation to consider today. Our streets fund has about $14 million into it. A lot of that has to do with the transfers that mayor and council have approved. We've transferred over $12 million into this fund the past 3 years. And really this, looking at the data, this is about 1/4 to 1/3 of what the town needs to complete all our street repairs, all our necessary work that needs to be done. So that's the challenge, right? We're doing the best we can with the money that we have. We're taking some creative measures, which we'll talk about on the next screen, but there's still a lot more work to be done. As discussed, the town cannot simply spend the entire fund balance because of the restrictions, but we are trying to find creative ways to increase our street spending. One thing to note, that is important to note, is that, oh, yes.
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I think there's another consideration that Justin explained is that you can only get so many contracts, you can only get so much work done a year, which also dictates how much is going to be spent, correct?
Yes, absolutely, Councilmember McMahon. That's a great point, and I know Justin's definitely going to talk about that. Yeah, good point. So there are challenges logistically for sure with getting streets paving done. One thing to note about debt is that really the big benefit of taking on debt is it does not count towards the expenditure limitation. So if you take on debt, you can spend over the expenditure limitation for that amount of debt that you take on to fund those repairs. So the town can increase street spending, but the downfall would be that the town would be paying interest on that debt. All right, so this slide is really just a refresher of what we already talked about the expenditure limitation. There's an expenditure limitation in place. We have to consider it when we're budgeting. It's a balancing game, so we can't just spend the entire $14 million in the streets fund. But this is going to get into a little bit of a new topic that we haven't talked about with council recently. We're going to talk about carry forwards. So I'm going to do the best I can to explain it, but it is a confusing topic. I also have an expenditure limitation expert here behind me if we have any specific questions.
You just showed that we have a max of what we can spend, but that's overall. Is there a max we're allowed to spend on roads? Is that restricted?
Councilmember Earl, no, there's nothing in statute that I'm aware of that restricts the amount we spend on roads. It's just the overall budget
Okay,
that's
thank you.
restricted. Okay, so I'm going to try to get into a little bit of a new topic with carry forwards. So again, we've transferred a lot of money from the general fund savings into the streets fund. And one thing to know is with the expenditure limitation, there are certain revenue sources, like I mentioned, that don't count towards the expenditure limitation. And one big one is HERF funds, but another big one is lately for us is investment earnings. So with what we've been doing with transferring the monies from the general fund, we've been able to take a look back at our expenditure limitation and the way we've accounted for it with our auditors. And we've basically been able to say, hey, we've been spending these unrestricted monies from the general fund, and we've been saving up our HERF monies and our interest earnings in our fund balance in our streets fund. So of that $14 million, you'll see on the next slide, it's about $7 million now that we have of HERF and investment earnings that we have saved up in this fund. And all of that does not count towards the expenditure limitation. So on that second bullet, the second sub-bullet, it says unused excludable revenue can be banked or carried forward to future years. So that's basically what we're doing. We're carrying forward those exclusionary revenues to be able to be used as needed. So this is an illustration of that. Those excludable revenue sources in the streets fund of HERF revenues and investment earnings, we've taken a look at the activity for the past 3 years. And at the end of fiscal year 23, in our expenditure limitation report, we had about $650,000 of this carry forward, but we reprioritized some things. We worked with our auditors, and after fiscal year 24 activity, where we had investment earnings and HERF, we've been able to increase that carry forward balance to about $7 million. It's kind of confusing. I just like to show you what it looks like on the report. I don't know if this will be interesting or not, but to me it's kind of interesting, so I'll just show it to you real quick. Can you see that?
Paul, while you're pulling that up, can I ask you a quick question?
Of course.
How many years can you go back, and how many years is that controlled by statute as well?
I don't believe so. No, Mayor, no, it's not. The reason, it's a good question. So we went back 3 years specifically because of these transfers, because we put all of this unrestricted money in the general fund. Because typically, I'm going to take a step back. Typically, the way we've been budgeting, we budget more expenditures than revenues. So logically or logistically, we're spending all the revenues coming in that fund every year, right? But this last 3 years is unique because we had all those ARPA monies coming in, and we had general fund savings, and the strategic decisions we made of putting more general fund monies into this fund. We've been able to go back and look at these last 3 years of activity. So it's more of a unique situation than something we could do all the time. And so we were able to go back and say, hey, we haven't spent these HERF monies, we haven't spent these investment monies, we can use these as needed. So it is a complicated topic to some extent.
So while Paul pulls that up, I'll give you an intermission, Paul. As this is explained, and it is complicated, and Paul and Michael have done their best to make sure I understand where we're at with this, and it feels like this, undiscovered, gold mine. We're like, yes, we may have a way to spend more, but understand once we do, it's a one-time thing, right? So we want to be strategic about when we leverage it and how we leverage it, and is it better to try to do it all in 1 year, one large project? To Peggy's point, can we do that? Will we have vendors that can get us, that can meet all of that? Or is it better to strategically stagger it out a little bit over the next couple? So that's what we're working through right now. But I just want to make sure that we recognize that this is a one-time find. This is not something we're going to be able to do over and over again.
Yeah, Rachel, that's an excellent point for Mayor and Council to consider. It is a one-time bucket per se, but so if we don't use it, if we use some of it next year, which we'll talk about, And we have to consider this year's expenditures too. So we have to monitor how we're spending this year. And if, like, for example, if we go over the expenditure limitation without using those carry forwards, we're going to have to use some of those carry forwards for this year when we complete our expenditure limitation report. So there's a lot of moving parts. So we'll talk about that in just a minute. But it's hard to see. I wish it was a little bit easier to see. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Pete. Right here, you'll see in this note in our official expenditure limitation report, we have about $6.2 million of HERF revenues carried forward that we can use in future years. And of this $3.5 million of investment earnings, about $800,000 of that is directly in the streets fund. So we're tracking this, and we're able to consider leveraging it and increasing our streets fund expenditure authority. So this slide is basically touching on what Rachel just explained. We have to monitor this year's budget and how we're spending compared to the expenditure limitation. So we're going to know a lot more about what we feel comfortable doing by some of the budget sessions we probably have in March. So this is a yield sign just saying, hey, that doesn't mean we can spend the full $7 million. But Michael B. and I have talked a lot about this recently. And we feel pretty comfortable saying we can probably increase the streets budget authority by $3 to $6 million next year for streets paving. But the point Rachel made is very important. If we increase it by $3 to $6 million and we use that carry forward, it is a one-time thing. If we use it all, we're going to have to, the reason I was trying to spend a lot of time establishing a baseline, we're going to have to go back down to those baseline spending numbers. And if we spend down a lot of our streets fund balance, we might not even be able to do that, because right now we're budgeting on a basis that has higher expenditures than revenue sources. So without those transfers from the general fund, we might not even be able to do that. So there's a lot of moving parts, and this is a one-time thing, but this is something that we've done as staff to do our best to be able to give the town more flexibility in what we can do for streets.
Question, please.
Yes.
So if you're concerned about that and we can't really spend it, is that what I'm getting from what you're saying? Or because are we just going to put it in there to bankroll it in the street funds? Or are we intending to use it? And do we have the contracts, et cetera, to use it? Or is it just going to sit there? And if it's just going to sit there, is there any other use might come up that we need the money for? Or, because I guess I'm trying to understand why so much, and I know that we have a lot of street work to do, et cetera, but if we're not going to be using that money in the street funds for another 2 years or so, why are we transferring it? I hate to ask a stupid question, but I want to know. Into the streets fund.
Well, I think that's part of why we're here, is to find out, do we want to spend it, right? Is this something that council wants us to do, is to find out today, do you want us to investigate, taking on a bigger set of projects in FY26 and use some of this carry forward to get, a chunk of streets done? And Justin's gonna talk about what streets that might actually be. Not to kind of steal the thunder, but one of the big streets that we've been talking about has been Palomino, right? And we know that is a large reconstruction project. It's not repaving, it's reconstruction, right? It's far more extensive. So the question is really, is that what we want to do? And if we do it in 26, where do we go then? Because we've used our one-time extra bump, right? We've found this ability. Once we use it, we're done with it. We go back to the baseline, as Paul said, and we've spent down our reserves significantly. So now we're back to where we started, right? So this is a one-time opportunity, and then we go back. So the question is it's only a one-time bump. How are we going to do this long-term, right? We're back to the idea of we don't have enough funds built up to do the full 40 million that we're anticipating over time. So while we can take a chunk out of it next year, we're still not fixing the overall problem that we don't have the revenue available to do this.
Right,
So-
and that's part of my concern. I'm hearing your concern, even saying this is an opportunity. I don't know if it's an opportunity. And I don't know, and I don't think you're asking us to make the decision today because we don't have everything in front of us that we can. What are the capital projects? What's the money there? How many streets and what streets can we actually get paved? Is it necessary if we already have the money for what those streets can be paved? Is it necessary to transfer this money in there then? Or can we just leave it at a later date and transfer it? I don't know. I'm a little bit confused about it, so I need to see more data and black and white in order to even like contemplate or make that decision. And I don't think we're making that decision today, correct?
Oh, correct, council
Okay,
members.
'cause it's a little, I'm sorry, it's a little bit confusing for me
Oh, yeah.
because there's so much more in this budget and so many more decisions we need to make that I don't think and I don't think you are, but we can't just like focus on the streets fund alone, you know, and especially since we know we don't have $40 million or $50 million to do the whole bailiwick, and we wouldn't be able to do that in a year anyway, in actuality. So, thank
Well,
you.
And I'll throw out just a caveat that we are looking for some direction on it today. We maybe not necessarily a decision, but if it's something you want to see in the budget for next year or considered, we kind of need to give that nod today that says, yes, anticipate that and show us what that would look like, because then Justin and Paul have their hands full over the next 6 or 8 weeks getting that pulled together. If the answer is no, we're gonna take another year to think about this, that's fine. Justin and Paul will focus then on something else. So we are looking for some direction, if not a decision though, but like an idea of what do you want to see with this? Because the next part of this conversation is going to be the long-term funding. This was just for this piece of the roads is more immediate. Paul's going to now go probably talk about what are our long-term options, and then what direction do we want to go, if anything, from there.
Okay, but thank you, and I appreciate that further explanation. But I guess when I'm hearing risk, and I guess when I'm hearing it's going to put us close to the expenditure limit and do away with money and put us really close, that makes, given the projection for less income coming in over what, $1 million or $2 million, I'm a little bit I'm concerned about that. So I think we have to take all that into consideration. It's not just focus on the streets, and I'm not saying that's what we're doing, but we have to realize we're gonna, and I know your projections are are very strict in the sense that, you're probably gonna have more. Excuse me, but the fact of the matter is we're losing revenue, and I think I'm getting close to the risk factor. I'm not comfortable with that right now, but let's take everything into consideration before we tell you guys what inclination, okay?
Yeah, absolutely,
Mayor?
Oh, sure.
Sorry, thank you, everybody.
Yes, Hannah.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe that if we have this money, that we have the opportunity to take a large chunk out of what needs to be done, that we should use it. I also believe that getting close to the expenditure limit is normal. It's an expenditure limit. It's how much we can spend in the year. The decrease in revenue that we'll be receiving does not affect that money that we know we have, that we can get some of these streets that the people have been asking us to get. I know, what was it, 2-3 meetings ago, maybe longer than that, that we were talking about certain streets that we would get done if we had the revenue or the leftover money to be able to do so. So now we're saying we have this amount of money, we'd be able to put it into streets, we wouldn't be able to go back to it, we wouldn't use it the next year, but this might be able to get a chunk of that backlog that we have been spending all this time trying to fight. I think that I disagree. I don't need to see more data. This is, to me, a very simple issue. We have this backlog. We're able to take a chunk out of it. Let's do it.
And real quick, to your point, Councilmember McMahon, I apologize if I stated it differently, but here, in finance, we're doing our best to provide options to mayor and council. Of course, this is up to your direction, and we'll take your direction on what we want to do. But this is an option for the mayor and council to consider to increase the streets budget authority.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Councilwoman Brenda?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I kind of concur. If we've got the money, it should be spent. If there's one thing that we've heard from our constituents rather loudly is the streets are a priority. There are two things to consider in the streets. There's the repave, which was, I think, $5.2 million, which is improving crumbling streets, but then there's also $2.1 million for maintenance. And so we can't ignore the maintenance, because then those streets that are in good shape will fall off quickly. And that's what Director Weldy said, that the fall off, if you don't do the maintenance, is dramatic. But I think the people, they do want to see these funds spent on improvements and on maintenance. So I would agree that if we've got the money, we should spend it. On the other hand, I don't think we need to spend it all in one shot. There are other concerns about if we spend over $5 million on repaves, can we get the contractors to do it? Director Weldy said, we've did everything we could last year with the money we had. If we had more money, it wouldn't have helped because we couldn't have lined up the contractors. And so I think what our constituents want to see is improvement over the years, that we are addressing the streets and we are doing these improvements. And I think the people will be patient if they know that we are prioritizing this and we are doing the repairs year after year after year. So yeah, I don't want to spend or even attempt to spend the $14 million, but I do want to spend, if we can do $7 million, 2 on the maintenance, 5 on the repaves. I think that's what the people want. And I think that's what that we're here for, is to do what the people want.
Councilwoman?
My understanding is that we're just asking you to move forward with investigating this. So I would like you to do that, because I would be voting for spending this money for the roads. Thank you.
I did want to offer one clarification, and we've been throwing numbers all morning, so I'm going to ask Paul to double check me. But Brenda, you mentioned 14. The rollover amount that we have available is only 6. So the carry forward, so the only amount we could add to is 6, not the full 14. So it would be so it would basically be the 5 that we normally have. With Paul and we've been kind of talking about what do we really have. I don't think 6 is a comfortable number for us. We're more but the 4 to 6 range. So it would really be somewhere between an additional 4 to 5 million on top of what we've already planned to. I'm going to pause because I think Alan's on the line, and I know this is a topic that he was interested in. Alan, did you have any questions or any input you wanted to add to?
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. I would concur with Councilmember Earl that we do want opportunity to make progress and accelerate the progress we've been making, and really take a bite out of that backlog. So that I don't have a problem with that. And frankly, the expenditure limit doesn't prohibit us from moving forward from this, and it doesn't also prohibit us from taking other priorities and shifting the money from those priorities to streets. So there's always, this bucket can always be added to. We just have to decide what our priorities are. And I am of the belief that the people of the town have given us a mandate that our priority is going to be to fix that backlog. And that also means that we have to prioritize, some of the other things that we do towards that. So this is the good first step to that, and I would be in support of it.
And I'll weigh in too. I would also be for this, especially getting that Palomino Road redone. I know that's a major project, and if we have a way to do that now, I think we should explore it.
And actually, our Public Works Director will talk about the paving options after a little bit more of my presentation. So I'll continue. We want to provide Mayor and Council with additional options, namely debt. So we're going to talk about bonds a bit. And again, we have experts in the room that can give you details, especially if you're curious about legal ramifications, or if you want to know what's out in the market, what kind of coupon rates are on bonds, how much interest are other municipalities paying, what are some unique terms on some of those bonds, they would be great sources, and they're here. They made the trip out from the East Valley and Phoenix to come today, so feel free to bring them up with any questions. But just some simple information about bonds. A bond is a type of loan made by an investor to a borrower or a bond issuer. Bond issuers, in this case the town, we pay the principal and interest to investors. And cities and towns across the country issue tax-exempt municipal bonds to finance capital projects throughout the country. So it's a common practice. Arizona municipal bonds are typically repaid from utility revenues. We don't have utilities as a town. Excise tax revenues, which we'll talk about, or property taxes, a secondary property tax for a general obligation bond. Generally, the interest income on these municipal bonds is exempt from federal income taxation. So the person purchasing the investment, the income they receive, it's not taxable to them, typically, on these investments. And borrowing at tax-exempt interest rates enables Arizona cities and towns to have lower interest costs, typically. In some instances, issuers may also refinance, redeem, or defease the bonds to restructure the payments, achieve savings, or pay off the debt early. So we're going to talk about two primary options today. The top one being the most feasible option in our evaluation in pledged revenue obligation bonds. As you can see, I tried to illustrate that that does not raise taxes. That's what that equal sign stands for. With a general obligation bond as a secondary option, that does increase property taxes for our residents. We'd be levying a secondary property tax. It would also require a vote. The voters would have to approve it. The top one that we'll talk about, the pledged revenue obligation bonds, it does not require a vote. Mayor and council could direct us or approve us to start looking into that option. And so again, this is the most feasible option for us in our evaluation. Pledged revenue obligations, this would not increase tax revenues. We would not be bringing additional revenues into our coffers. We would be not taxing our citizens, not increasing property taxes. Same operations as today, same revenue sources. We'd just be making payments on the debt. When we're talking about the streets fund and a pledged revenue obligation, you can pledge certain revenue streams. And so within our streets fund, on your screen, it talks about the local sales tax, the 0.2 of the 2.9%. So we could pledge that $1.4 million. We also have the option to pledge vehicle license taxes, which is about $1.2 million. The town could consider a sales tax increase to fund these repayments, but that would have to go to the voters. And it would have to be an even year. So I think the next one would be, the next election would be November 2026 to increase sales taxes to repay these bonds. But no voter authorization without a sales tax increase is required. We could move forward with council approval. And the funds would be available to the town pretty quickly, within months. We could probably start spending, receive the bond proceeds and spend the money on streets repairs by next fiscal year in July, if you gave us that direction or approval soon, like in January. Yes, council member.
Yeah, thank you, Jerry. Yeah, again, I've given this a lot of thought, and this seems to me like a no-brainer. We've considered general obligation bonds before, and they've all been voted down. And so I don't think we're going to get the job done with a general obligation bond. If we do a property or a TPT tax hike, we're already at 2.9, which is higher than the statewide averages. And again, I don't think the people will be happy with that. And I think they might be getting out the torches and the pitchforks. And so the pledged obligation or the pledged revenue bond, which we could, pledge the HERF money and the other monies that you had spoken about. Again, it wouldn't need to go to a vote from the people, but we would be giving the people, again, what they want, which is the roads being fixed. It's just tying up future money and spending it now instead of waiting to collect it in 15, 20 years. And so it seems like if we're going to get this done, the pledge bond is definitely the way to go, because we can get the job done. And so that's why, to me, that's what I'd be advocating for.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Paul, I have a question for you.
Yes, Mayor.
Say we explore that opportunity using the pledged revenue bonds. Do we know what bond amount we can get based on what our pledging is?
So we put feasible options on the next few slides that we can talk about, and if you want to talk about other potential hypotheticals, I would probably bring Jim up to discuss that, but we do have some specific examples for you. So we'll get into that. Real quick, typical repayment periods are 15 to 25 years, but there are different repayment periods that you can look into. And the big thing about debt, I know debt sometimes is a tough thing to discuss, but the big thing that helps us or unrestricts us is it does not count towards the expenditure limitation. So can you see that? It's smaller than I expected on the screen. Well, the information's to your right. I could also provide you a bigger printout of this if needed. I could print some out at the break. But we put together some pretty feasible options of what the town could consider based on our revenues that we could pledge. The first example is taking out a $10 million bond over a 10-year repayment period. That is a shorter repayment period than typical. This assumes a 4.5% coupon rate. And this would require us to make about a $1.26 million payment each year for 10 years. And you'll see in the schedule how much interest there is. It's like your mortgage. Your interest is going to start going down as the years go down because you're paying off principal each year. But it would start with $450,000 of interest in the first year, going all the way down to $54,000 of interest in the final year. And so we'd be paying total debt service of $12.6 million.
Oh, I don't want to interrupt, but I just a general question, if you don't mind. Can you pay this earlier, or is it stat 10 years?
So I'll probably bring Jim if you wouldn't mind coming up. But my understanding of that is a lot of that depends on the method of sale. So there are 3 different types of methods of sales that you can consider, and there is more flexibility in different ones. I believe one is a direct placement where you can go talk to banks and see what types of terms that they would provide, if there could be an early repayment option. But Jim would know the best about that, so let me bring him up to address that question.
Thank you, Paul. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the typical bond issue is a 20-year bond with a 10-year call. And so you've participated in that type of transaction in the past. If you're going into the open market and you have a bond issue that's 10 years, like this example, typically would be non-callable when you sell it to the public. But if you place it with a bank, depending upon the financial institution, they may be willing to let you call it in 2 years or 5 years. One financial institution, they'll let you call it with 30 days notice at any point along the way. So it depends on the bank, it depends on how competitive they are at the time that you're selling. You have that flexibility. Even in a public offering with a 20-year deal, you could have a 5-year call, but it will cost you something. So the optionality to call it early will have a higher return to the investors in the short run, but you would save more in the long run if you plan on calling it in. And back to, if I may, your other question about capacity. With your excise taxes, all of them, except for HERF money. HERF money is not pledgeable as part of an obligations issue. That can only be spent, as you already do, on your roads on a current basis. In the past, when there was a lot more revenue produced by that, people borrowed and did a HERF bond with that pledge, but it's so small now, people don't borrow against the HERF pledge. But you have sufficient excise taxes to borrow enough. The question that we have is, how are you going to pay it back? So how much can you afford each year to set aside if you're not going to raise taxes? So if you're going to be subsidizing, as you already are now, how much will you be setting aside every year for the next 10, 15, or 20 years, whatever it is? And that's how much we would determine you could borrow against. So you have to decide on how much that is. So we gave some examples of how much for a 10-year period, $10 million, and that's the payment. So if you double that, it would be $20 million as an example. Any other questions while I'm up here?
Yeah, I have another question. So when you were first talking about early, for lack of a better term, repayment, so if shopping for bonds and you're looking at them, is there an additional premium on the bond if we wanted to hedge our bets and get a bond that prepay faster?
The investors, so in this example, we use 4.5%. Most bond issues nowadays, the coupon is 5, but investor yields are less than that, like 3.5 or 3, and so they pay you a premium already for your bond. So they're going to pay you a 110 or 115 because they're getting a 5% coupon, so they get more current income. But if you want to take a 10-year bond sold to the public and have a 5-year call, you will pay a higher yield. And so instead of a 3 on a 5-year, you might be paying a 310 or a 305 or something higher. So you have to give a bigger return to the investor for your option to call it in early. You're welcome.
That's why we have the experts here.
Thank you.
And so before we move on to the next example, also think about the logistics of this. If we pledge that, so if we're paying $1.26 million a year, we're pledging most of our local sales tax in the streets fund. That's going to reduce our baseline for ongoing expenditures because we'll be paying this, in this example, for 10 years. So that is something to consider, but we would get a lump sum amount that we could spend reasonably within a 3-year time period on whatever streets needs that we need. So this is just another feasible example of a $20 million bond issuance, pledge revenue issuance. This assumes a 5% coupon rate over a 20-year repayment period, where we would be paying about $1.6 million per year, and that would include $1 million of interest in the first year, going all the way down to $76,000 of interest in the final year. And as you can see, total debt service over that 20-year period would be $32.1 million on a $20 million bond. I know Jim mentioned that a lot of these bonds go at a premium, so maybe we receive a little bit higher proceeds than that, but that's also to be considered, as well as Jim explaining that there are times that you can call the bond early, and that would alleviate some of the interest in this calculation. So those are very feasible things that we could probably do with mayor and council direction.
If I'm reading this right, that would cost us 12 million?
Of interest,
Yeah,
Councilmember? Yes, over a 20-year period,
12 million of interest.
Yes, if we were making the payment each year as required by the schedule for 20 years.
Still a lot of money.
And that there is the caveat with this conversation. So general
If I could get a comment.
Go ahead, Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I do want to comment, and that is a lot of money. This is millions of dollars of interest. Borrowing money is always the most expensive way to pay for something. And thankfully, we're in a situation where if we reassess our priorities, we can pay as we go. And that's going to be the least effective and the most efficient way of doing this. And we must remember that we live in a town that the people have rejected a property tax. They've rejected bonds before. The people of Fountain Hills have not given us a mandate to raise taxes. And this would be a tax hike. And I know the municipal bond salesman makes a lot of money off this, and they want to continue that. But I will point out that every minute the staff spends on this is a minute that's wasted. Every dollar that we spend on making this happen or putting this on the ballot is a dollar that's wasted, because it's not going to pass. And the people of the town do not want a tax hike. And they agree with me that we can pay as we go, and if we reassess our priorities, we can pay for our roads, and we can have great roads, we can have great services, and we can do it on what we make now. So that's all I have to point out. And personally, I think that we spent too much time on this topic, and I'd love to move on to something else.
All right, Mayor, Councilmember, let me just address that real quick. So the second option we're going to discuss right now, that does raise property taxes, but the first option we just discussed, that one would not raise taxes. I just wanted to make that clear for your understanding.
But Paul, it's still borrowing costs are paid for by taxpayers. It's a tax hike, and you can twist the words all you want. But that really, to be honest, that type of thought process and that statement is intellectually dishonest, and I personally take offense to it, because it is a tax hike. If we set aside revenue from other areas, like utilities or something, that's a tax hike on the people, and they're not going to stand for it.
Councilmember, I misunderstood what you said at first, so thank you for the clarification, and thank you for that comment. All right, so we'll quickly get into general obligation bonds as another option. This would raise additional tax revenues to pay debt through a secondary property tax levy. Council approval would be required, and a potential election would take place by next November is when we could do that. The proceeds could be used starting in fiscal year 27, so in a year and a half. And typically, there's a 15 to 25-year repayment period on GO bonds, and it is a very strong bondholder security. The thought process is you're levying a tax, property tax. People pay their property taxes consistently, and so it's almost a guaranteed revenue stream, and therefore a stronger bondholder security, and typically lower interest rates with that. And again, the proceeds and debt service payments do not count towards the expenditure limitation. Just one more thing to consider is there is a limit on how much the town could issue in GO bonds, and it's that bottom number for streets purposes, about $166 million of borrowing capacity. It's just a legal consideration. And with that, that concludes my part. If you have any questions for our bond counsel, he's here as well.
I do have a question. Alan, are you still there? So my
Yes,
question, yeah. So Alan, here's my question. So if we have to reprioritize something, where are we going to do that at, and what are we going to end up doing so that we get road work done? Because it has been mandated by the residents of the town. The pledged revenue bond does not raise taxes, but there is a cost to it. Yeah. That's correct. But I don't know where you would reprioritize to get the money to do the roads. So if you have some suggestions for us, we'd entertain listening to that.
Yeah, I wrote letters to the editor. I proposed specific cuts a couple years ago of what we could do. I'm sure there's programs that are on the chopping block already. With the new council majority, there's money to be taken. We don't have to cut everything, but here's the situation. If we cut a little bit here, a little bit there, that adds up. And it adds up to a situation that over the years, because we're not going to fix this in 1 year or 2 years, but over 5, 6, 7, maybe even 10, we have enough money. And, we're almost spending, $4 million on that culture fund, which is kind of like, some of the things are on that are probably something that we can trim. And if we trim 10 things, $100,000, that's $1 million there. That's real money. So there's definitely opportunity here to do that. And it might mean we need to tighten our belt. It might mean that there's certain things we don't need, and it might need to be, staffing has to be addressed at that. And that's something we can address.
Okay, Councilwoman?
Thank you, Jerry. When it comes to the pledged revenue bond, Rachel, other than the HERF funds, what else would be possibly money we could pledge? Would you give us a list?
That would probably be a good question for Paul, because
Okay.
we've been trying
And
to
then Paul-
brainstorm
Yeah,
that.
what would be other sources of revenue that we could pledge?
So based on our baseline in our streets fund right now, my understanding is our vehicle license taxes and our local sales taxes
Okay,
is what we could pledge towards that. So that's about, actual revenues about $2.5, $2.6 million a year would be the maximum.
okay. Yeah, I wish Council Member Skillicorn could be more specific on the cuts that he would like to say. But I will say, even though the people do want the roads to be fixed, I sense that the people don't want a cut in services. I think our staffing is at a minimum right now. We used to have a lot more staff than we do. I think you guys are working on a skeleton crew already. So if we cut staff, if we cut services, if we cut the community center programs, I don't think the people are going to like that at all. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. A town that has perfect roads, but no public services, that have been cut to the bone, parks, recreation. We are known as a health and wellness community. To cut all those programs because we're simply fixated on one issue, the roads, is not, I don't think, the way we should go. And as I drive through this town, You know, I've heard people say the roads in Fountain Hills are like Beirut after the missiles struck. I don't have a take on that at all. I think our mains and I think our ancillaries are in pretty good shape. I do know that some of the residential neighborhood roads, they do need to be repaired. Some of the money that we did allocate last time, in this last council session, I went to those neighborhoods and I spoke to the residents and I said, is it worth us to spend $1.25 million to fix your road? And a lot of the people said, no, this road is in pretty good shape. And then they said, I'd recommend Palomino, I'd recommend, and they had their own little list of roads that they would like to see repaired. But again, I'm not for slashing and burning all public services to fix the roads. And when Councilmember Skillicorn says that the pledged revenue bond is a tax, it's not a tax. It's simply pledging future income to get services done now. And I think the people would be accepting of that. We will keep our staffing at where it's at. We'll keep our parks and rec and our services that the people want. You know, I don't want to cancel 4th of July. I don't want to cancel the things like that. That's what makes the town fun. And so it's not a tax increase. It's simply a reallocation of future assets that are unrealized. Thank you.
Mayor?
If I could respond, I would appreciate that.
Can you wait? Peggy McMahon's next.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I don't know if I'm going to state this right, but we're looking at this as a possible resolution for pledge revenue. And it looks, you know, all the interest we're going to pay. I think we also have to take a look at, long as we don't, the offset to that might be that we get the streets done faster and it won't cost as much. You know, if you just look at the interest we're repaying, but at the same time, the amount of money that we would be saving annually to get the streets done in cost, because every year, all the materials and the help, et cetera, increase. And if we know we have this, and Justin can work out a good contract for the duration, I think that there's going to be some savings to that will offset some of the interest. Maybe I'm not thinking right, but I think we need to consider that too.
Councilman?
Thank you for the opportunity. So there was an accusation that I haven't made specific, actual cuts, and I want to remind people that I have a clear voting record. I opposed the circus tent. I opposed the outdoor exercise equipment that really is not going to be used. I mean, there's a lot of money to be saved of these projects that we could have reassessed and used as priorities. I've talked to many people from on the board about outsourcing our building services department. There's real money to be saved, and these are things that people do across the country at the municipal level. There's plenty of opportunities to make this happen. And I also want to remind people that just 6 months ago, the Liberal members of the council, they voted against a simple $1 cut in the budget. They couldn't actually come to the conclusion that they could cut $1. And that's the attitude of some of the people that have got us in this mess.
Thank you. Hannah, did you want to say something?
Yes, thank you. Now, for option one, I can understand that obviously is not putting a bond to the people, which I would adamantly be opposed to. However, option one is potentially 25 years of debt that we've committed. Now, if maybe not us, but a future council might say, well, I don't want to spend 0.2% of our current sales tax. Why don't we just raise the sales tax? And that's a situation that, if possible, I would like to avoid for the future of this town. Now, I believe that there's been a little bit of, how do I say this, dishonest negotiating with what Alan has proposed, which is cutting items here or there, being smart about our money, which I know our staff does a good job of as well. But then the other side says, well, you're going to cancel the 4th of July. No one's canceling the 4th of July. No one's canceling Stroll in the Glow or our Christmas lights. That is not what we are talking about. We're talking about being smart about the contracts that we're receiving. We're talking about cutting out unnecessary items from projects. So not necessarily cutting out an entire service, but saying, hey, this service could cost us a little less money. We save 10 grand here, 10 grand there, 10 grand there. Next thing you know, we have another street we've been able to pave. And I think that fiscal responsibility is what I am supportive of. I agree with Alan. I disagree with the dishonest picture that has been painted of what he is saying.
Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's no dishonesty being said here. It's the truth. The truth of the matter is, if we're going to raise $40 to $50 million to fix the roads, we are going to cut services to the bone. Now, I don't know if it's Stroll in the Glow or 4th of July, but to raise $50 million, saying we can trim a little bit and trim 10,000 here and 5,000 there, that's dishonest. If $50 million is a lot of money, and if you look at our budget, you know, we would have to, seriously, we'd have to cut all the programs to even get a fraction of the money that we would need to get $50 million. Just because we're having an honest conversation, if you want to raise this money by cutting programs, you're going to cut to the bone. And that's the honest truth.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Hannah.
Thank you. Once again, we're not raising that 50 million in a single year. That's not what we're going to be doing. However, over time, and what percent are we at again now, Paul? Did you say 25 to 33?
Yes, that's correct, council member.
Thank you. So let's take the low end of that. Let's say we're at 25%. And that equates to what specific number? Just refresh my memory.
So, Councilmember, we have about $14 million in our streets fund, and the numbers I believe you're referencing are the $40 to $50 million we need to do all the streets.
Thank you. Perfect. So let's say we need 50. Let's say we're at 25% of that. We just now committed for next year. What was the number again? Just 2 topics ago?
So we were talking about being able to increase our streets budget authority by 3 to 6 million, and that would be on top of our already baseline budget of around $7 million total. So ballpark 10 to 13 million.
Perfect. So now we're at 10 to 13 million out of that 50. And let's say we take 5 years to get to that $50 million total. Now, will prices increase? Sure. Will they increase by a total of 25 million, which would be our interest that we are committed in town to? Not necessarily. Maybe. But what I am comfortable with is not binding future councils and trusting them to not raise taxes to pay off the remainder of a debt. What I'm committed to is cutting what we can to do what we can. And as you said yourself, many of these people say, well, you know, my street might be okay. We should probably do Palomino. So, okay, we do Palomino. And then maybe next year we can get to that person's street. This backlog that we're talking about is not an issue that needs to be solved in the next 2 seconds. But as a council, we have committed ourselves since I was elected to ensuring that we chip away at that and do what we can to end the backlog. And that is what we are doing. So again, I say, no, we are not talking about taking our entire town budget, which isn't 50 million, if I remember correctly. Maybe it is this year. I know when I started, it wasn't. We are not talking about taking our entire town budget and just making the streets perfect in 1 year. That is what no one has said. So no, we are not stripping things down to the bone. We are not cutting every service of the town. That is not a single person on this council has stated that that is what they want to do. We are trying to save money where we can and do what we can. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Paul.
So Mayor and Council, just one thing to consider in these conversations is we are following law and our policies in our general fund. So we do have to balance our budget. The revenues are coming in, that's what we budget to. So really, the general fund, to logistically even cut services to that extent without, significantly increasing other things is challenging. You can't really do it. So when you're talking about capital projects and things like that, that is the area where we have more discretion and to be able to do things like that.
And I'd like to add something too. Even though we don't need voter approval for this, I think it should be something that should be on an agenda item and have the public weigh in as to whether they feel it's worth it to have the roads fixed. And maybe we don't do 20 million, maybe we just do $10 million and we highlight roads that we can get done with that $10 million. I'm sure Justin can come up with a list off the top of his head. So we don't have to go out on a limb and put anything at risk. We're not getting rid of any staff. We're not doing that kind of stuff. We're gonna be sensible about this, and I think it has to be transparent. Even though this council can approve this, I think it should be an agenda item, and we should get public weigh-in on this as well.
Mayor, you're absolutely right. It would take action by the council in a formal sense, meaning we wouldn't take that today, but it would have to be agendized and taken at a council meeting at a minimum. And to your point, it does need to have that transparency and that community conversation around it, if that's the direction we would like to go.
But also, I would like to understand the whole bond thing process and the effect it would have if we're going to be looking at that. So,
I think that sounds good.
Time for a break, maybe? Okay. How long? 10, 15 minutes. Thank you, Paul. Paul, you have a few more things you want to go over with?
Sure, yeah, Mayor, Council, all right, let's revisit our conversation. There were just a couple of things I thought I could address, and again, in the Finance Division, we're trying to provide the facts for your consideration and given direction. Number one, when we're talking about the lump sum of money, the $40 to $50 million that need to be done to the streets, if we were to do all that, that doesn't mean our maintenance costs would go away. So when we're looking at our $7 million right now, our baseline of what we're budgeting to spend on the streets, even if we did all of our streets, that wouldn't go away. Yes, it could lessen, but we're still going to have ongoing costs. So that's just something to consider. If you're thinking of it that way, let's say 3 or 4 million of that 7 million wouldn't need to be done because we do all the streets. If you think of it that way, that $4 million to get $40 million worth of streets done, that's a 10-year period of pay as you go. So it's just a matter of thinking about the data. There's a lot of moving parts. I wanted to bring that up for your consideration. Number two, something Councilmember McMahon had mentioned about the interest, just something else for your consideration. When we receive the bond proceeds, we have a reasonable expectation to spend the bond proceeds within a 3-year period. And during that time frame, we can invest those proceeds until they're spent. So we actively invest most of the money in our coffers and on U.S. Treasuries. And as we know, we're in a high interest rate environment. So that does offset some of the interest costs. I mean, we're going to spend that money within 3 years. Say we're paying it for 10 years. We're going to pay more interest than we're bringing in, of course, but it at least offsets it a little bit. We have to follow certain arbitrage rules where we're not bringing in too much interest revenue compared to the coupon rate, but that's something that we would handle in-house. So I want to bring just those other considerations up for you.
So my question, I'm glad you brought up the arbitrage because I was going to bring that up as well. How can we accomplish utilizing the pledge bond and not eliminate or reducing any services in the town? So if you can come up with some scenarios as to how we can do this, I think that would be something that we would all appreciate.
So, Mayor, just to reiterate, what you're asking is how we could potentially, if we did both the pledge revenue and made the commitment to not cut services to the community? Because I know that was kind of it would seem like it was an
Correct.
either or.
Yeah.
Is there a way to accomplish both?
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor, Council, so everything we're talking about today, if we were to move forward in considering this option, would be contained within the streets fund. So it wouldn't be cutting anything in the general fund. It would be self-contained, but it would take a portion of the revenues in our baseline revenues out of the streets fund on an ongoing basis. So if we're just looking at the local sales tax of 1.4 million, let's say we pledge that towards this debt. We're not going to have that as an ongoing basis. So to continue our level of baseline spending in the streets fund, we're going to have to eat into that fund balance, our savings. And when that's depleted down to lower levels, we may have to reduce this level of service in the streets fund other than using the bond proceeds to do streets repairs and maintenance. So that is something to consider. Right now we have that $14 million cushion, but at some point, if we continue to do that and we don't have this revenue source in there, if you think back to the baselines, we're budgeting $7 million expenditures. We have about $4.5 million revenues. Well, of that $4.5 million of revenues, that's going about down to $3 million because we're paying off that debt. So we have a $4.5 million, $4 million deficit each year. We have $14 million saved up. It's going down by about $4 million a year. That gives you about a 3-year runway to maintain that level of spending.
So it's going down to $4 million a year, but you're still adding in HERF dollars and investment income.
So Mayor, that's based on the baseline revenues without transfers. We could, if we continue, this is a big if, as long as we continue to exceed our general fund projections, which we have been doing, we may have excess proceeds at the end of the year. We typically, by policy, put that in the capital projects fund to fund long-term improvements. But if we have excess reserves like we have this year and last year, then that's when we've made these strategic decisions. We've asked council or recommended to council to put them into the streets fund. That might go away, like who knows what the economy is going to bring this next year. And that's why we remain with those conservative projections to be able to maintain our level of service. So there's so many variables. It depends on the economy, but the way we're operating now, we could maintain that level of spending at least for a few years.
One more question for you, not totally related to what we're talking about, but in the last council meeting, we voted to transfer $2 million into the streets fund. That was out of the 4.7. Am I correct?
Yes, Mayor.
If we wanted to reconsider and move more into streets from that, is that always an option?
Mayor, so our policy requires us to maintain the 5-year average amount of revenue in the general fund, in our rainy day fund, and our unassigned fund balance. Right now, that is about 8.9 million. That's what policy requires us to keep. Any excess throughout the year, right now we're right around $9 to $10 million of fund balance, so there's not a lot of wiggle room. But anytime throughout the year, if we had excess fund balance, technically we could, if we were following our policy. But then we would have less money at year end to put in the capital projects fund.
Right.
So,
Right. Yeah, you just.
yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Well, and I think to add on to what Paul was saying and kind of tack into exactly what you just said is, as we move forward, it's been heard loud and clear that streets are the priority, and finding monies where we can, when we have savings and things like that is the priority. I think, which is exactly why we came back recommending the $2 million should be transferred there versus into the capital, right? So we deviating from policy, we recognize that that's the priority. That doesn't change. We continue down that path, and we will continue to look for those opportunities to create savings and create these these funds available for the streets. What I heard you say is we want to do that without sacrificing amenities and community services. So how do we do that? To use the conversation, and I recognize this was just an example, but we want to do that and still have 4th of July. We want to do our streets and still have these other things as part of our community. Looking for ways to do that, it means continuing with our conservative practices so that we can, and continuing to aggressively invest and do the other things so that we're working behind the scenes and being creative. It also means when we go back to do our budgets, which is the whole point of today, when staff comes forward and says, hey, it's time to do this project or that project, is it time? Are we ready to do this? Can we budget this? Can we be more, again, fiscally prudent with our pennies so that they add up for those savings? We certainly hear that, and we'll be taking that into account as we move through the budget process. So I don't want it to be taken as either or. We will always have that overall mindset in our budgetary process.
All right. Thank you.
Good morning. During this morning's conversations, I took a couple of keynotes, and I would like to take a minute prior to starting this PowerPoint to discuss my takeaway. There was a question regarding the ability to accomplish X amount in a fiscal year. The challenge primarily that we face is the pressure on contractors for all of the projects they're doing. And in Arizona in particular, there is growth, and that growth demands labor and materials, and a lot of those labor and material demands are on the paving contractors. If we know what our budget's going to be, we can certainly plan for that amount of work. It may take more than one contractor, and I'll give you a good example. From today's takeaway and a general consensus of this meeting, we intend to run budget models in the BOSS software that will allow us to begin to look at where and what we can do for that estimated budget amount. Based on that information, we will return after a conversation with the town manager to the mayor and council with possible options. And again, it's going to be a whole series of maps and locations that allows us to pick and choose what we want to do within those budget constraints. If we get enough advance information, the ideal situation would be for myself to come to this mayor and council prior to the summer recess, enter into agreements with contractors for that work so we are ready to hit the ground at the beginning of summer. So indeed, there are limitations on what we can do in regards to the expenditure limit, and that is primarily driven by the availability of contractors and/or labor. We can certainly increase the amount that we are able to address annually with proper advanced planning. With that said, we're going to have a quick discussion here about the previously approved Phase 1. And as a reminder, we had to break this year's paving into 2 phases. Phase 1 was $1.5 million. The primary reason and only reason behind that is the underlying agreement that we used expired, and the city of Chandler decided not to extend the term on that. This is the area that was selected for Phase 1 based on the available budget and the location and proximity to all of it being relatively close. As a reminder, there were 2 little sections of Kim Drive that was in the original presentation that were removed, and we utilized that square yardage to accomplish some other work in Phase 1 and part in Phase 2. Marathon Drive primarily in Phase 1 and Gun Sight in Phase 2. I did check this morning, since we're nearing the 95% of having this portion paved, to see if we've received any invoicing to date, because we are certain that we're going to be under the $1.5 million to accomplish all that was on this list. We just don't know that number, and I don't want to speculate at this time. These are the Phase 2. This is the section that we came back to the mayor and council and asked them to approve another contract with MR Tanners for these projects. We're going to break these out by location. Once again, this is in the north central section of town. That red circle up there is where some of the Kim Drive square yardage will go to accomplish Marathon Drive. The logic behind that is best pavement management practices. It allows us to complete a segment and/or a super segment, in this case a super segment, so on the next round, which is treatment, that entire area will receive treatment as opposed to a section of it. And I also think it's important, and I'm going to go back a couple of slides here to discuss this. Best main pavement management practice also dictate to us that the best thing we can do is come back with our new budget for next year, or if there's adequate funding this year, and completely redo Kim Drive. We have those estimates. Utility companies have been notified. That will become a priority either for cost savings this year or immediately next year. Again, that allows us in the future, 5 to 7 years, when we come in to treat the area, we're doing an entire segment and super segment. Again, this is part of Phase 2. This is in the east central location. And this is the section on Gun Sight. Again, the area shown in the red circle was not included in the original estimate. The remaining square yardage from Kim Drive will be utilized to complete Gun Sight. This is in the west central location. This is Ridgeway and Winchester. As you can see, these are 2 super segments that will be completed. This is in the south central area, and this is Trevino. As we move forward in these discussions, and we discuss in quite depth and length Palomino, I'll remind you that Palomino is just one location where we have an unusually wide and long road. There are several others in this community, including but not limited to Kingstree, where we also get some vocal opposition to their street not being selected, and also Richwood. There are several others, but those are just two other locations as we discuss where the council is going to place the priority on the local and or collector streets. We also need to consider that Palomino is not one. And I'm saying that now because Trevino, the traffic counts on Trevino, because of its general or geographic location, and most of the neighborhoods around it utilize this to either go west to Fountain Hills Boulevard, east to Saguaro. So this segment is only going to cover a little bit less than half. As we're looking to the future, and we're going to look at possibly increasing the budget, we need to go back and look at these locations and say, what is the benefit to the community, not only in the immediate, but in the future for finishing Trevino? One of the conversations we'll have. This is in the southeast section. This is a little section of Nicholas Drive and Palmer Way. You will note at our last two regular meetings back, there was a young gentleman that brought his own exhibit and showed that we are stopping just short of his home. He had a neighbor and colleague along that noted that we were also on the opposite end, stopping just short of his home. As a priority and for best pavement management practices, the remainder of these two segments should be completed. We're working on getting estimates for that and should be prioritized as either savings from this year or in next year. That is an update on what had been previously approved and what we are going to be working on the rest of this fiscal year. As part of that, there were two alternate locations that were selected by the mayor and council if we had savings. One of them was El Lago between Saguaro and Panorama, adjacent to the Veterans Memorial location. The other one was a short section of Indian Wells. As we move forward in this fiscal year and we begin to accomplish these projects and we see where our budget is at, we are going to revisit those locations because they were prioritized by the mayor and council. In the event that we can do either one or the other, we will certainly come back and seek approval from the mayor and council to proceed with that and have an estimated cost for that. In the event that there is not adequate funding to do a complete segment on that, and we're here for a discussion only, would the council be receptive to doing a section of El Lago, either the central section adjacent to the Veterans Memorial or the section from Saguaro down to just past Kiwanis, which again would encompass this focal point that we've been discussing this morning, which is the veterans area.
Yes, Brenda?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, as I speak to my constituents, that section of El Lago by the Veterans Memorial is a really important road. I think that we should prioritize. It's dilapidated. There's a lot of events that are happening there, including this weekend. There's going to be the Pearl Harbor Remembrance at 10 o'clock. And it's just kind of embarrassing for that road and all the people that park there to see, oh, what's going on with this street. I don't know what the traffic count is, but I know there's enough events there that I would be grateful if we could get that thing repaired. So as the visitors go there and as the people walk around the lake and stuff, that it's such a highly visible road. I would really like to prioritize that. I was really disappointed when it got dropped off.
Thank you for that. Please note that this estimate is based on unit pricing, the one that's currently on the screen, which is $810,000. In this area right here on El Lago, and this is the area that we face the most challenges with, there is a sump in that location that not only allows stormwater, but other nuisance waters to pond and puddle in there, creating challenges. As part of this, we will look at a way to eliminate that ponding and puddling through either raising the pavement section or allowing for additional drainage improvements in that area. And the reason I mention that is it is likely to drive the cost up. The amount is uncertain because it's not a very large area, but it certainly needs to be addressed. In the past years, the street department has been in that area making repairs to the area adjacent to the Veterans Memorial, just so we can reduce the amount of challenges that we face there.
Justin, I would also add that that road is highly traveled because of the splash pad and everything else there too. So it is really highly visible. So, and I echo the sentiment about getting that cleaned up as well.
Thank you for that. Yes, ma'am.
And I'll just say I agree.
We have three.
I have a question, if you don't mind. You're showing the whole road. So it's not half of it, it's the whole road that would be done?
In this particular case, council member, we are showing the section between Saguaro and Panorama.
Okay.
Our original slide included the section between Saguaro and La Montana as well.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome. You'll note as part of the presentation for the approval for the MR Tanner for Phase 2 that I came to you with my proverbial hat in hand and noted that I had errored in our calculations. This sheet right here for Palomino was included in the original presentation. The numbers on this have not been changed. So our original estimate was about $3.6 million for reconstruction. I did not change that number intentionally because I don't want people to believe that we are attempting to mislead them. We now know for a fact that I was under budget when making those estimates, and now this is almost a year ago. And so when we get ready to discuss Palomino, we will have a much better estimate, not only that, but for some of the other locations that the mayor and council had again prioritized as part of their selection of roads that weren't included in the software.
Justin, if you can take a minute to sort of give us a little bit bigger or better picture of what it will take on Palomino, the project-wise, because, and I may be wrong, but in our conversations, it's a more intensive, more labor-intensive, a longer process, and it is probably more disruptive to the community because it's a reconstruction. And then also what the end result will be in terms of the striping and the outcomes. Can you talk a little bit more about that for us?
Absolutely. Just for the record, I have advocated for multiple years that when the mayor and council look at locations such as Palomino, they consider a reconfiguration to the geometry of the road and include sidewalks and new curb and gutter on either side. What that does is it adds sidewalk for walkability and obviously pedestrian safety, but it also reduces the overall width of this 60-foot wide road. By reducing the width of the pavement, that allows us to put sidewalks on the flat portion, and it allows us to build an 8-foot parking lane, a 5-foot bike lane, an 11-foot travel lane, and a 12-foot two-way left turn lane. With that said, that's what I've advocated for. The number that we're going to produce for you, and this number here does not include that. What it does include is the repaving, which requires us to not only move the asphalt, which is anywhere from 1.5 to 4 inches thick, and then go down into the subgrade up to 1 foot and restore that and build it back up, and then onto that add a minimum of 3 inches of asphalt. In a 60-foot wide pavement section in that length, it is going to be disruptive, and this is what we would refer to as a major collector. A little explanation on that. As part of the 2050 transportation planning for the Maricopa Association of Governments, the town staff had to put together estimates for arterials and collectors several years ago. We had several different classifications for arterials and collectors that included major and minor. Those classifications were removed to simplify it to where it's simply arterial or collector or local. In this particular case, Palomino has always been recognized as a minor collector. This is a road that the neighborhoods use to get to a bigger collector or an arterial. Having said that, this is all residential from one end to the other with driveways that back up to this road. Each and every one of those homeowners will be impacted to some extent, some of them longer than others, depending on whether or not they're adjacent to a corner or at an area that will require some time. Essentially, and it will be up to the contractor, the middle of the road will be completely removed and the majority of it rebuilt, or one half of the road. During that time frame, we would need to restrict left turns. That means that someone heading westbound to turn left into their driveway would have to go either all the way up to one end or the other end, or come in from that end for months until we can finish that section. When the roadway paving is completed, we would do our enhanced pavement markings that we've done at several other locations, including but not limited to Panorama most recently. We have done it on Grande, El Pueblo, Glenbrook, and then again we did it on Golden Eagle Boulevard. What that is there would be an 8-foot shoulder, a 5-foot bike lane, an 11-foot travel lane, or 12-foot if we have enough space, and a 12 or 13-foot two-way left turn lane. So what that does is it makes the road appear to be smaller. It's an excellent form
Is
of...
that a traffic calming?
It is an excellent form of traffic calming. Drivers have a tendency to pay closer attention if they don't have the current 18 or 19-foot wide travel lanes.
Justin, also, you mentioned that because this is all residential. Obviously, it's a high. There's a lot of people that will walk along here for exercise or whatever. But we also want to discourage through truck traffic, which is one of the culprits of why this area has deteriorated so much and why reconstruction is necessary, because it was being used as a cut through to Adero and other places by large trucks. By taking some of these measures, it does deter that as well.
And to dovetail onto the town manager's statement, we not only have advanced signs on Fountain Hills Boulevard and Palisades noting that Palomino is not a truck route, we also have signs on Palomino indicating it's not a truck route. It took the town engineer and the assistant town engineer a considerable amount of time to work with our GIS guru, Mr. Valverde, and pick your application for MAP and the trucking companies, including but not limited to concrete, asphalt, building materials, and have them build into their modules that this is not a truck route. Because more often than not, the driver, not familiar with the area, simply put the address of Adero Canyon into their app, and it took them to Palomino. We also received an incredible amount of support during some peak growth from the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, initially as an outreach and an educational, and then compliance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, when we had our Streets and Safety Committee meeting, I remember David just describing coordinating our town with Google and the other mapping services to remove that as a truck route. I was very impressed that they can even do that. So that was really good work on our staff's part to have that cleared away from the Google Maps and all the mapping companies that, no, guys, this is not a truck route. So good work there. As a point of reference, is there more traffic on Trevino or on Palomino? Or do you know? It's just as a point of reference, is how it affects the public.
I don't have those counts readily available. I will look and see if we have any counts in the last 3 to 5 years for those areas.
Okay, thank you.
You're
And
welcome.
then the other thing is, I know we're doing a lot of sidewalk infill right now, including on Palisades, which is going pretty well. And for all the sidewalk infill projects, it seems like we got grant funding from the government. If we were to do what you're suggesting here and put sidewalks in Palomino, could we pay for that partially through grant funding by putting the sidewalks in there?
The short answer is yes, technically, we could certainly apply for grants. Whether or not we will be selected and receive them is another story. So,
of course.
As always, staff is constantly looking for ways to reduce the overall cost of the installation of sidewalks and infrastructure as a whole. The federal grant for sidewalk infill is a good example.
Right.
That started almost 6 years ago. So that type of process usually takes a few years once you apply for it and if you're selected, and then all of the necessary paperwork associated with that. But absolutely,
Okay,
we
good.
would look for any outside source to help offset the cost, if that was the direction the council wanted to go.
Okay, great. And then my last question is, that's okay, scratch that. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So that is the update in regards to what we have approved and what we're working on. You heard a considerable amount of information from Paul. And you've also heard from the experts in regards to bonding. What we are looking for is some sort of guidance in the overall budget for next year. That number will allow us to start running scenarios in the software as early as next week. And again, these are just scenarios. We won't have any solid numbers, but that gives us an opportunity to begin the geotech exploration for those areas and define in closer proximity where we might be when we get the go-ahead to go there. So based on the conversations that we've had this morning about the past and the potential future, we're looking for some direction on the streets budget for next year. Is where we're at now.
When you say when we are directed to go there, do you mean directed by mayor and council or by the BOSS program?
By the mayor and council. BOSS is a software system that just spits out information. Mayor and council gives direction.
Yeah, and because I realize that Palomino isn't the top priority on the BOSS system, but yeah, it is for the mayor and the council, I believe. Again, this is just generated by constituent feedback. Boy, do we hear about that road a lot. And we've actually had people come to the call of the public and said that their cars were damaged. We had the one guy with a $500 wheel problem and stuff, as you recall. So it's on people's minds, and even if it's not prioritized on BOSS, yeah, I hope we can get that done.
And thank you for that comment. Again, we are considering for this year, if we have savings, to accomplish the two that were not selected by the software, which is El Lago and Indian Wells. And then because we've heard from the mayor and council clearly, we are going to put a prioritization on Palomino. But as I stated earlier, I urge you to consider all of the other locations based on the available funding limits. We will get estimates for Palomino, and we will pull that estimate out of the data that we input into the software to ensure that we don't have any crossing or any conflicting numbers that come out of that. Okay. I think that that's all I have for my portion. Pardon my rude interruption. I just heard from the town engineer that Palomino has more traffic. Do I have a slide for that?
That's a good question. So The ask that Justin had really was the idea of Palomino being the priority, and I think, Brenda, you made it clear it was for you. Does anybody else have any thoughts or any other input on next year's paving plan and how we want to approach that?
Go ahead, Gail.
Okay. I would like to add Palomino as a priority. Thank you.
And I would too. I got an email, 2 emails just yesterday on Palomino. So definitely.
So I think one of the takeaways that I was trying to kind of hammer, and I'll just be a little more blunt about it, is that when we take this on, it is not convenient and it is not quick. We will work with the contractor to minimize the inconvenience, obviously, but this type of work is an inconvenience. It will mean it will impact access to driveways. It will impact on-street parking. It's not pleasant, that's for sure.
And we will certainly let all the residents and people on Palomino know about that.
Absolutely. We will have multiple ways to let them know that. I just know that, especially during winter seasons and things like that, when we have visitors who, or part-time residents and things like that, generally, you guys will hear about it. You'll hear about the inconvenience and the disruption, and though we will do our best, it is an imperfect process.
Justin, quick question. Do you have any ballpark figure as to what it would take to complete that project?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Okay.
We'll get you some numbers. It's clearly a priority. We will begin to work on that and meet with our consultants as early as next week, but realistically, we should be back here in the latter part of January with an update.
Gail?
Do you have an idea of how long it would take to do Palomino? Yeah, I thought you said the money. I thought you said the money. Well, hello. Okay.
In regards to construction days, we're probably looking at 6 to 8 months.
So,
Well, as it turns out, I'm next up. I do not have a PowerPoint on this, but the next item on our agenda is the vehicle replacement policy. I loaded into Agenda Quick our current vehicle replacement policy. I also loaded into there our proposed or draft vehicle replacement policy. It's important to note right now that our current system is relatively young and was only adopted a few years ago. Prior to that, the town put money away but did not actually have any criteria or a policy on how to spend that money. It should also be noted that the formula used to calculate vehicle replacement was underfunded for many, many years. That formula has since been cleared up, and the Vehicle Replacement Fund has adequate funding to address our needs for the foreseeable future right now. Having said that, there are challenges that we have faced, and we're going to kind of dig into those. We currently have 3 vehicles that are past due in replacement, 2 of them from last year that belong to the street department, and 1 of them from the fire department that was not replaced. Add to that, since that time frame, the fire department has come in-house. While we have 1 chief, an assistant chief, and a fire marshal, we now also have a 3rd person that is on call. That particular individual is driving an outdated, antiquated vehicle, and I've had this discussion with not only the chief but the assistant chief. As part of our ask for next year, we are going to be asking for that passenger vehicle, which is an F-150 truck, to be replaced. It's also important to note that we don't take vehicle replacement lightly. We currently follow the adopted policies, plans, and procedures that were adopted by some of the members of this council and previous councils. Whenever we elect not to replace a piece of equipment, we're really not saving any money because the money has already been allocated just for that reason. What, in fact, we're doing is we're deferring the inevitable. A good example is one of the vehicles that we requested to be replaced. That vehicle ended up having a considerable amount of mechanical and transmission issues, and we ended up selling that vehicle at auction. So the street department was down a vehicle. We did have one that we could replace that was less expensive for the facilities. So instead of taking their vehicle to auction, we put that into the street department lineup. Having said that, the second vehicle, which was not replaced as part of that, has most recently experienced about $10,000 or $12,000 worth of air conditioning and transmission issues. So when you look at a vehicle replacement policy, you have to take all of those things into consideration. And they were considered as part of the original policy. However, I have met with the department directors that are directly responsible for overseeing the purchasing of not only passenger vehicles, but light-duty trucks and also the off-road vehicles. The latter part of that is really not covered in our current policy. Just picking community service alone, they have lawnmowers and other off-road vehicles, pick your name brand, that are critical to their operation. In past years, the community services has lost the majority of a fleet due to flooding. Others in the past have been either stolen or vandalized. And while these are relatively lower ticket items, they're still part of our asset and require consideration and budgeting for the replacement. You'll note in the draft vehicle replacement policy that we have it really broken out by priority. The priority is always going to go to the first responders. I met in depth and sent the draft back and forth between the chief, he and the assistant chief, the fire marshal, along with the shift captains and others, looked at that and helped provide the guidance on their actual needs for them. So that's going to be the priority one in what we are proposing as the replacement policy. The second priority is going to primarily fall to the street department for the vehicles and equipment they use, but there are also some vehicles in there related to the parks department that are critical, that they have to be able to replace in a timely manner because they too respond during storm events and others. And then lastly, we're getting into the off-highway vehicles, which include or but not limited to our backhoes, our Gannons, our skid steers, street sweepers, ride-on mowers, and the off-highway vehicles, multi-passenger, 2 or 3 passengers, that we use for the maintenance of those facilities. And a good example is a person goes around on one of those literally every night and picks up bags of trash from all of the parks, closes all of the gates. That's a critical piece of equipment. So we encourage you to take some time and read that draft policy and provide your feedback to that. A lot of talking. Any questions so far? Awfully quiet.
And you mentioned the vehicles that were damaged by flooding, stolen, or vandalized. Do we have insurance that covered those, or?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
Okay.
And I'm not going to get into the dollars and cents on that. We have an expert sitting at the end of the table that knows all of those dollar thresholds. But yes, indeed, the department directors report vandalism, crashes, and damage to our risk manager, who's Dave Trimble. He has a lot of different titles. And then he works through the insurance company to resolve that. So I wouldn't be able to really provide any financial statements related to that.
Justin, you're asking for our opinion on the new replacement policy. Are there any major changes that we need to look at and get back to you about?
There are substantial changes, council member.
Okay.
The biggest changes you'll see are in prioritization
Okay.
for the vehicles that should come first. And the assistant chief fire marshal is more than welcome to speak on that.
Okay.
They have an opinion and they have expertise because they're day in, day out use.
Mm-hmm.
They can provide that. The primary changes are going to be the length of time that the first responder vehicles are kept and the length of time before they are replaced.
Okay.
And then the second critical one is the length of time that the second tier in there are kept and when they are replaced. keep in mind that the vehicle replacement policy is a guideline. We
Okay.
agree with the council that if a vehicle is in relatively good condition, we're not experiencing any challenges related to the mechanical aspects of it or electrical aspects, if you have all the bells and whistles, that we'll let it go, depending on, and they'll assess that along with the fleet manager.
Okay.
However, there are some vehicles that may require replacement sooner. And that's why it's important to have a policy as guidelines, but also to continue to fund that.
Right, well, some of that you can't predict. Because just like when you buy a car, I mean, you're hoping it's going to last 200,000 miles, but it's going to take some work to get it and expenses to get it there. And it might be, like you say, balancing that, it might be less expensive and more cost effective to just replace the vehicle, like what you were just speaking about. So, thank you.
I've been informed by a third party that the vehicles that were flooded were not covered by insurance.
Yeah, that makes sense.
One thing that I'm looking at this table right here, when we start to discuss vehicle replacement and fixed assets, it impacts the finance department because it requires that they plan not only for the 3 to 5 year, but the 7 to 10, 15 or 20 years. Fixed assets can be a challenge even in a small community. The primary reason for that is the limited number of staff they have that have to keep the day-to-day operations running and also record all of those fixed assets. So this will help them in a sense by adopting a new policy because they'll know where they're looking in their foreseeable future in regards to funding levels and what needs to be kept aside for what department and what division.
Brenda?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, not really a question, but you said you wanted feedback, so I'd just like to give you some feedback. I did review the 2016 draft and then the new draft proposal for this year. And just as a way of feedback, I think that the four-tiered schedule makes sense, that the replacement priorities make sense. And so I would be for that. I think it's very sound, and the time spans of replacement seem reasonable, and yeah, it looks very solid to me. And so I just want to let you know I would be for the revised draft policy. It looks like good work.
Thank you.
And I would also add that I agree with Councilwoman, and also I appreciate the fact that you brought up that you don't always have to replace the vehicle. So that's a good point.
Justin, getting back to where you started off in the conversation, how would this affect our budget efforts for this upcoming budget? Do we have vehicles that would meet these thresholds and be ready for replacement?
For the FY26 budget, we have a minimum of 3 that need to be replaced. One of those is a priority one, which is the vehicle necessary to ensure that we have response times from the fire department.
The F-150 you were mentioning.
Correct.
Okay, so we would have 3 that would be seen in this budget. So you'll see those as requested per policy. Now, what we'll also do is we'll wait for any other additional feedback on the draft policy and probably bring this forward at a regular council meeting for formal adoption. But we're going to proceed budgetarily based on this at this point. Does that sound?
And we always see those anyway, don't we? Yeah.
Absolutely. So there is still time to put feedback or input into the policy before we bring it back. So if you haven't had a chance to digest it, you still can.
As part of this process, we will work with the fire department because they know what they need in their vehicles in regards to specifications, and take that and send it to our procurement officer, Rob, and he will send it out to the government contracts and see who's going to be able to provide the vehicle that they need at the most reasonable cost. So it's a benefit to shopping nationwide for vehicles for these government contracts. We've certainly seen the savings in that compared to a one-off purchase from a dealership somewhere in the valley. Any questions related to the vehicle replacement? I don't have an agenda in front of me. Who's next?
Justin, I have one question. When we're replacing a vehicle, is it always with a brand-new vehicle, or in some cases, will you find with your group another vehicle that might work out?
The current policy and the future policy shows them to be replaced with new vehicles. The uncertainty of a used vehicle, even given all of the apps that track it, just make it too uncertain for a small municipal government.
Well, I'd like to thank everybody. We're actually a little bit ahead of schedule, so I'll take it. Mayor and Council, you have an option. I see that lunch looks like it's here, but it is only 11:15. If you'd like to tackle one more topic before lunch, I'm going to toss it out to either Joanna or Kevin. Which one of you would like to go before lunch? So, yeah, why don't we do that? Thanks, Joanna. Thanks for being our willing participant. Joanna, if she's not here at council very often, but when she is, we're glad to see her. Joanna's our clerk of the courts, so she's going to be talking about some budget impacts and some mandatory things that we need to talk about regarding the courts.
Yes, I know. I don't see you guys all often, so I'm happy to be here. All right, so just a quick department overview for those that aren't familiar with the court. We are the judicial branch for the town. We're part of the Arizona State Court System, and we are subject to the administrative supervision of the Arizona Supreme Court. And then we do also have to comply with local, state, and federal laws. Here is a quick breakdown of our organizational chart. The judge, who most of you guys saw on Tuesday for the swear-in, is our presiding judge. He's our only judge. Myself, the court administrator, I do have a court operations coordinator who is full-time, a senior court clerk who's full-time, and then 2 part-time staff members. These are the case types that we hear in our court: civil and criminal traffic, criminal misdemeanors, town codes, local ordinances, and orders of protection. Here are our hours of operation, which is spelled incorrectly. I'm so sorry. We are open to the public Monday through Thursday, 7 to 6 p.m., but court is in session Mondays and Wednesdays from 8 to 12. All right, now going into court security. We did receive back in 2017, which I wasn't here, but mandates from the Arizona Supreme Court that require all courts to have screening for entryways. I did just copy and paste the verbiage from the full administrative order from the Arizona Supreme Court. I believe I did attach in Agenda Quick the full I'm sorry, I'm trying to think of what it's called right now. Just the statute, I apologize, that basically requires, it goes into depth about what is required of courts, but I just wanted to include specifically what we are asking for here, and that is for court security. We are a part-time court, or we have a judicial officer that's part-time, and our hours are only 4 hours per day on Mondays and Wednesdays. So just to go in a quick background as far as what I've done since I've been here, I have reached out to several bigger agencies, security agencies, most of which require at minimum 40 hours for them to work with us. For about a year, we were working with the Arizona Rangers, 2 different divisions in Arizona, and ultimately, back in the spring, they decided that they could not agree to our terms. So we turned away from that. And then initially, when I started, I did meet with Captain to discuss the potential for them to do our security, but we came to the conclusion that it would be a conflict of interest. We had a security assessment done in April. We are required to have them done every 3 years. And the following were the recommendations that they gave us. They did recommend that we tint our windows for specifically the judge, myself, and then staff that are seated right adjacent to where handicap parking is. Anybody can see in, we can see out, of course, but ultimately they recommended that we get tint that would allow us to still see out, but not allow people to be able to see in. They also recommended that we have bollards placed right outside the windows where my clerks sit, right in front of the handicap parking. And then, of course, security personnel was their biggest recommendation. I did not attach a copy of the security assessment because it does discuss our vulnerabilities for the court, but if any of you guys would like a copy, I'm happy to email it to you. So our request is either a part-time court security officer, or that we would bring on in-house, or contract with private security. We are also requesting a metal detector that we would walk through, that customers would walk through. We do have one, but it is very old, and when we reached out to the company that makes them, they said that they wouldn't even service it, and we are required to have it serviced. And then, of course, the hand wand. Both can be grant funded as well. I did, after discussing and meeting with Rachel several times, I wanted to kind of give some options as to things that we've discussed. One of the things that we've discussed is the possibility for the town to have security. They would be here full time. They would be at the front doors, whether it be this door or the one at the back. And then I wanted to give the cost for that, what their hours would be. Most of the agencies in Arizona, the big ones, would be able to contract that. So I did reach out to one, Allied. I know Mesa Municipal contracts with them, so we'd be able to go on with their contract. They essentially provide everything: uniforms, training, so on and so forth, if we opted in for that. The second option is for us to bring on town-employed security officers. I wanted to list the cost for that. These are all estimates. HR did assist with looking at other cities around us and pulling what they pay their security officers, so it is an estimate. We would obviously have to provide the uniforms, the equipment, although it would be potentially a one-time cost if the person quit. We ended up having to let them go. There are a lot of different challenges with having our own security. Are they reliable? They would be required to go to a training that the AOC puts on for court security officers. And the gentleman who does or oversees the training at the AOC has stated to me it is not an easy course to pass. It's both they do have to take a written test, and they do have to pass like a defense, they have to do like defense tactics and be able to pass that as well. In addition, if we were to arm our officers, that would be another challenge. The liability that comes with that is great.
I think one of the other pieces too is the idea that it would only be 8 hours a week. So finding a person that, wants to take on that type of role for such a short amount of time, it's a very unique person that would be able to do that.
Correct. And we'd have to be able to account for sickness and vacation time. And I know it is only Mondays and Wednesdays for a few hours a day, but again, it more than likely would want to be, it would be hard to find someone that doesn't live in Fountain Hills that would want to do that job, to come here for 4 hours a day. And now I'm not saying it's impossible, it would just be a challenge. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question.
Yes.
You listed one of the possibilities as MCSO and it being a conflict. Can you explain that?
Yes. So, and Captain, jump in if you would like. When our customers come to court, they've been cited by one of the deputies. So to have that same deputy potentially be the ones who are screening them to come into the court is a conflict. We already have to negate the perception of the public thinking that like the courts and MCSO are one. We are separate. We don't work while we work together in certain things, judge has to listen to both sides. So having someone who was cited by a deputy and now being screened to come into the court by a deputy is the conflict. And Captain, jump in if you feel like there's anything else that you would like to add to it, but yeah. Okay. And then lastly, what we would.
Peggy has a-
Oh,
I
I'm
have a
sorry.
question.
I apologize.
Does this cover teen court, or you're not responsible for teen court? as
Not
far-
necessarily. Sometimes teen court is held in here, but no, this would only be specifically for when the judge is on the bench.
Okay, so you don't feel that there's a need to screen or have someone here for teen court?
I mean, it's something that we can look at. It would just be another cost that we'd have to, because they do theirs in the afternoon.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome.
And I think this is based on the recommendations of the AOC. I think if the teen court would be a decision if we wanted to, the
Correct.
AOC is not requiring that. This is based on their recommendations.
Correct. It would only be when court is in session is what the AOC essentially requires of us. And then lastly, our recommendation, after several meetings I've had in the last few weeks and different companies I've been able to reach out to locally, I was able to find 2, as of last week, companies that would contract with us for part-time security officers. And that is what I listed below. So they'd be willing to send 2 officers to us for the 4 hours, both Mondays and Wednesdays. They would provide the uniforms, the training, so on and so forth. So that is what I think would be the most cost-friendly. And we would also not have to worry about if somebody was sick or couldn't come in, they would just provide a filling for that. Yes, thank you, Mayor. So some of the potential funding sources that I wanted to list is we do have our court enhancement fund. If for some reason, or if you guys decide that you feel like having security for the town is best for us, we did discuss with Rachel and Paul is potentially cost sharing that with you guys if you guys did go that route. But if we do go the route of just having specifically court security, then we would use our court enhancement fund. And then there's a few other things that we would like to do, like some of our fees that we have, we might increase them. Judge and I have been in discussions about that. And then a few other fees that we would introduce as well in the upcoming months. All right, any questions?
So do you want all of these security measures taken, or just a security officer, or what would the total be if you had like the windows tinted and all this whole package done?
So I have been working with Justin on the tinting and then the bollards, and he has been looking at getting quotes for me. For the tinting specifically, we would be able to go in for a grant for that. I don't know if you know for a cost off the top of your head. He doesn't have a cost quite yet, but we would. I know there are grants, because the gentleman who did our assessment did tell me that we could put in for a grant for that, as well as the metal detector and the wand as well.
Do you know how long it would take to process the whole grant process? It would be like a year, or is this this is an emergency? I mean, you're planning this to be happening over the next year, probably?
So as far as the tinting and the bollards, those are not emergencies, but I do know that the grant process specifically for court security items is done annually, and I believe that grant process opens in around January, February. So I would jump on it.
Okay.
Now. Yeah.
Okay, so she kind of needs some direction right now, I guess. I'm for it.
Can I ask, what is a bollard?
I'll let you explain that.
Councilmember, it is a steel pole, in this case 4 inches in diameter, 7 feet tall, 3 feet of that in the ground, in a concrete block and the remainder above the surface. It's simply a physical barrier that prevents a vehicle from entering the building as quickly.
And where, you said that would be placed?
They would be placed in an area along the parking right here adjacent to the courts.
This all sounds like it's necessary. I'd be for it.
Thank you, Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I don't think there's too many towns and cities and towns that have court systems that don't have security. I think this is exceptional that we don't. It's in this day and age. I know the AOC ordered it, but even if they hadn't, it's something that we just simply have to do. And so I would definitely be for it. You know, the courts are very volatile. When I was a prosecutor, I was threatened many times, and they're going to get you. They never did, but no, it's a high tension, high stress area, and I think it's definitely needed. As far as the handheld, the wand, I just wonder if that's something that we can utilize before town council meetings to screen people as they come in here. Yes, I'm very serious. You know, we've had discussions about the safety of the council. I know that, you know, in that area there, we're thinking about covering that up or putting obstructions over there. I do take security of this building very, very seriously. And, you know, it's just a different age right now. There's a lot of hostility. There's a lot of anger out there. And so, yeah, if we could borrow the wand twice a month, I'd really appreciate that. But yeah, I would be for the bollards, the tinting, and to hire the guard. I guess the one thing I can say is, is one consideration. I know there's probably a lot of retired police that live in Fountain Hills. Could we just hire somebody from the community itself to provide that security, or would it be more effective to just hire an agency like you had proposed?
From just the, sorry, did you want to speak?
No, go ahead. I would say,
From just the feedback that I've heard, I mean, retention is always the biggest problem with hiring people in-house. But, I mean, we're open to recommendations. We're open to exploring different options. I personally just, talking to my colleagues amongst other courts, security is just can be a difficult situation in which some people, while it looks or sounds great, it may be hard to retain potentially. And then on top of that, while it would be okay to potentially have one security officer, you have to take into account illness, vacation, people having to use the restroom. For the court specifically, if judges on the bench and we have somebody who is acting up in court, preferably we'd still want one person to remain out to screen others coming in, and then the other security officer to go inside and see exactly what's going on inside, just to make sure everybody's okay. But yeah, I mean, it is a possibility for us to hire someone that is a retired law enforcement here, but I think there's challenges that come with that.
Okay, yeah, I just thought I'd throw that.
Yeah, I echo what Joanna has shared. You know, she and I have kind of gone through multiple iterations of what could we do, what would it look like, where are the pros and cons, and ultimately we landed on if we could find a security outsource option that would accommodate part-time, that's the ideal in terms of financial and trainings and those types of things. If for some reason we go down this path and we find it's not working, or an in-house gives us more, then we can always explore that down the road. But we think as a first start, this should be where we go. I did want to touch on one thing, and we didn't really talk about it today, and I don't think it's necessarily a today or this budget cycle conversation, but Brenda, you brought up security and, especially during council meetings, specifically during courts. This building is a municipal building. It's pretty unusual that we don't have some type of visible security on site. Our lobby is a very high trafficked area. And we often joke with our court staff that they're really more of an information booth because people stop and say, where can I do this? Or how do I get this? Or who can I talk to? So they're often directing people sometimes more than they're actually serving them for court needs. So in the future, or as we navigate this, we may want to start thinking about security for this building, what that means potentially for the community center and other spaces, because unfortunately, government buildings can be targeted and have been targeted in the past. So I don't think we have anything to worry about. I'm not saying that there's something I know that nobody else knows, but it's one of those. We certainly want to be aware of those types of things and take precautions as necessary. Do I think that necessary is today? No, but I do want to continue to have that type of conversation.
I agree. I think outsourcing it has so many more benefits: staffing, uniforms, fill-ins, etc. And not to mention the training. And Brenda, I'll remind you that we have a very capable Captain Kratzer at every one of our council meetings. And I'd hate to take his job away for a wand.
Okay, anything else?
All right, thanks.
Awesome. Lunchtime.
Mayor, would you like to pause for lunch? Would you like to give everybody a chance to grab lunch and work through? I know time is valuable, so.
I'm okay grabbing lunch and working through.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's 11:35 now. Do you want to give everybody a chance to grab lunch and get seated and resume right around 12?
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I might have just a few moments.
Sure.
After I did the presentation on the vehicle replacement policy, the Assistant Chief and Marshal and the captain in the audience provided me with a documentation that Chief Ott shared, and I did not digest it entirely. So the vehicle replacement for the fire department has 3 different options, and he's identified his options. So it'll increase the overall by a couple of vehicles. I need to make sure and sit down with him or them and make sure I understand that, but we'll get you accurate information in regarding next year's replacement soon. But I just want to let you know that I had erred in the total number that I mentioned.
All right. With that, I think we're going to take a pause for lunch. Shout out to Justin and Angela for helping make sure we have lunch out there.
All right, so I'm up next. The post-lunch conversation is riveting. We're going to talk a little bit about Desert Vista and the dog park. Just first to where we can go through some background of things that we've done in the past and where we're at now and where we're looking to move forward. In 2016, one of the first projects that I was involved in was resodding the entire dog park. It was in pretty rough shape when I got here, and this part of the project was kind of underway when I got here and just kind of took it over and led it to the finish line. And that was a $93,000 resodding of 3 acres of turf. A few years later, we had an issue with the light poles rotting out from the bottom. And so we had to go through and take out the light poles that were existing and replace those. That was about a $23,000 expense. About a year ago, we went in, year and a half ago now, I guess, we went in and got rid of some granite areas that were causing a lot of problems. Our dog park is extremely well used. People often say that it's one of the nicest setups in the state, and with that comes a lot of traffic. With a lot of traffic comes a lot of wear and tear. With a lot of wear and tear requires a lot of maintenance. So getting rid of this granite area was a huge success in stopping granite from being thrown into the grass areas and making it so the grass does better. We've had lots of weed issues with our dog park and with Desert Vista as a whole. In 21, ADOG requested that we stop using weed control in the dog park area and wanted to take it over. About 2 years later, they came back to us and said, that's too big of a task. We'd like for you to take it back on as a ongoing turf maintenance. And so we've done that now since late summer 2023.
Hey, Kevin.
And it's an ongoing project.
Can you talk about who ADOG is and our relationship with them?
So ADOG is our dog owners group that is a 501c3 that partners a lot with the town on helping to maintain, to do certain maintenance type of things in the dog park, as well as adding benches. They help pay for, they've done like 50-50 with donors and ADOG to help fund the new shelters that are out there, as well as we put in, I think it was 10 benches last year as well, that they had purchased. So they have been a good ally with the town in an area that gets used a lot. And Desert Vista Park doesn't have much of a maintenance budget. It's one of our smallest ones, and with the amount of use that goes on there, it's a difficult task keeping up with the amount of use versus the amount of funding that we have.
Do they also help pay for signs, the signage that's out there too?
They have put in some of their own signage.
Oh, okay.
The signs that deal with the town have been paid for by the town.
One thing that sometimes gets confusing about ADOG is there's a perception that ADOG owns the dog park or operates the dog park. And I've heard that a couple of times before. And so the answer is no. ADOG does not own it or operate it. ADOG is an outside group that is a large user of the dog park. So they're often the group that comes forward and shares concerns or ideas, and then also serves as a information source for us to push out information, like if the dog park was going to be closed or if we need to get information to pet or dog owners, they help us with that. So they're a good conduit to the dog community, but you do not have to be a member of ADOG in order to use the dog park. It is open to everybody. They are just a very large user group of the dog park. So I think that sometimes gets lost.
Yeah, a lot of people go to them for solutions or to highlight issues that they're seeing. We'll get contacts from the president a lot of times for irrigation leaks because there's always people in there, so we have really good eyes and ears in there. And so over the years, they've requested a lot of things and given a lot of things in return. So it's been a solid partnership. One of the things that we look at a lot in Arizona is trees. There's lots of requests for trees. There's been a lot of requests from ADOG to put trees in the turf. We have some in the turf out there. I wouldn't want to see it go to any more than what we have out there now, and here's the reason why. When you plant a tree in turf, Bermuda grass needs about 6 hours of sunlight a day. And so if you put a tree out there, the width of the canopy of the tree will now become a dirt section up to the tree. Over time, once that tree gets to be fully grown, it will make it so that Bermuda grass will not grow under the trees. And then if you have dogs running through it, that can create a muddy mess because we have to water for the turf that is there. Can't just not water under the tree because that doesn't work either. So making sure that we're putting plants in the right locations to where that they can grow to full size, provide shade, and not kill off the turf is crucial if we're going to have a turf dog park. So we've been very selective in the trees that we plant. We've had issues over at Desert Vista. We've had a lot of boring beetles that have gotten into a lot of our mesquites over there, so we've stopped using any mesquites in that area for that reason, and they've also gotten into the pines that were originally planted in the dog park area, and we'll see those here in a couple slides. Another thing that's odd is that we have a dog park with multiple entrances on each end of the dog park, but we have no signage highlighting that it is a dog park. So if you don't know what you're looking for, you could drive by and never even know that it's there. So we'd like to correct that and get some signage that highlights the dog park area of Desert Vista so that people know that they can get to it either from Desert Vista Drive or Tower. Some of the dead trees that we were talking about, the pines that were planted there have about a 20-year life expectancy, and we're there, and so we're starting to see those go, as well as having some high heat stress, and with the boars as well, we're struggling with those trees over there, and so coming in and doing some replanting is getting to be a crucial point at this time. There's an area that ADOG calls the splash pad, but I don't want to get that confused with the splash pad that we have. Totally different. This one is more of a, I mean, the dogs love it, but it's basically a concrete pad that has a drain in it. And there's a hose that they can wash off their dog. They could, there's little pools, little plastic pools that are in there. And so people dump those into this area, and it drains off onto the hillside. The problem that occurs is everybody doesn't have great aim, and so a lot of times that water gets dumped outside of the concrete area, and then eventually, if that gets filled up 8 or 10 times a day, you're talking hundreds of gallons of water. Now we have some muddy areas, and we'll have some drainage issues, and so then we'll get some algae that potentially forms, and then that becomes a concern for the dog owners and the dogs. So what we'd like to do is come in and redo some drainage around it so that we can get that water to where it won't sit next to the wash area, and we'll move it outside of the dog park. And so that's another area that we're looking at doing some improvements in. Here's an area where it's at the large dog park area. You can see off to the right there is the handicap parking spot. And then there's a sidewalk that you have to walk down to get to the gate that's on the left-hand side of this picture. And the dogs don't really follow sidewalks as much. They kind of run where they want to, and they know where that gate is, and so they run straight to the gate. When they run straight to the gate, they run through the granite area and kick the granite out of the granite area and onto the sidewalks. At that time, the granite that's there turns into marbles on sidewalks for elderlies with walker. That can be a high-risk area. We've had reports of people that have fallen there. We try and blow it off as often as we can, but one big dog kicks a lot of quarter-inch granite and makes it slippery right afterwards. So what we'd like to do is come in here and stabilize this granite. We can do an application that'll lock that granite into place and make it so that it's much safer for our users of the dog park.
I'm going to add, Kevin, I think it may surprise some of our council if you aren't familiar with the dog park or the dog park users. There's a large number of users that are, I don't want to say handicapped, but maybe unsteady on their feet. They're the ones that are using the dog park because they can't take their dogs for walks or their pets for walks regularly. So this is actually far more, impacts a large number of our users, more than you would think, I think.
It's one of our biggest complaints.
And you've had good success with that before.
Yes,
You've used it in other areas, so it's been proven.
So yeah, so getting that to where that it's safe, and the last thing we want to do is have someone fall and then their dog's running, they're down, and you have a lot more issues that way. So this is a good fix to that problem. The other thing is we are a high traffic, high use dog park, like I was speaking about, and with that comes wear areas, especially anywhere that people like to sit and congregate. This is actually a couple years old. There's actually a bigger area now around those benches that are there. By resodding some small areas within the dog park could go a long way to helping reestablish some of that turf area where it struggles. With that, we're kind of looking at a capital project that would, on behalf of ADOG and staff, that we would look at around a $50,000 investment into that area. It's been a while since we've done anything major in there, and this could go a long way towards that. I do want to note that this does not include overseating for the dog park, and I'd like to cover some reasons why that doesn't, because it probably is my number one complaint is that we don't overseat it, but I want you guys to all understand the reason that we don't and what all it would take to do it. First of all, it would require the dog park to be closed down for about 6 weeks, because you're talking brand new seed, taking about 2 weeks to grow, to germinate and start growing, 2 weeks to get to a height where you can cut it. After that first cutting, you'd want to have substantial root growth, and that would take about another 2 weeks before you'd ever want to have dogs on it. A lot of times it gets compared to other areas like, say, the Avenue. That's about 4 weeks that we're running water and getting people out there, but that's not an area where dogs are running. This is more like you're taking care of an athletic field for 100-pound, four-legged, little itty-bitty paws that dig in and turn and cut. So it takes a whole lot different mentality when you're designing and setting it up for that. The next thing that would have to happen is we'd be watering at least 3 nights a week. With our cold nights, it takes longer for the soil to dry up, and if the soil's not completely dry, then the dogs are going to be in there and they're going to be tearing up the ground again. Once the ryegrass gets torn up, it does not come back, and so as soon as it doesn't come back, now you start having more and more spots that don't have dirt, that don't have turf, and end up being muddy and ends up tracking back and forth to people's cars. Then that becomes a problem, as well as the slip hazard that occurs with the dog slipping and falling when they're playing.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I'm all for this. I think that we need to step up a little bit and put a little bit of money into that park, since there is no maintenance budget at all for the park. I was out there several times, and I noticed that after a rain or irrigation, that there were several spots that were a little low and water collected, causing some problems out there. Is that an area that we could put sod in?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Okay.
we would certainly look at several areas out there to bring in, level up, quarantine it off, and make it so that we can try and get some turf established. We have a constant problem of dogs digging because,
Yeah.
I don't know, they're dogs.
Yeah.
And so that creates another issue. And as soon as one digs and then we bring in fresh dirt, now that fresh dirt smells really good. So I want to dig in it and see what's underneath that, and then you find that it's an old spot, and now it's got a puddle again. So we do this over and over presence with them, but it's certainly something where the more turf we can get growing in there, the better off those spots will be.
Good, thank you.
Then the other thing that becomes a huge issue as
Gail?
far as
Gail's got a
oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
question.
I know you're talking about, it was recently closed. What work did they do when they had it closed? For a
Oh,
few
we
days?
were cutting down some of the dead trees. We
Oh,
were actively
So you've been
removing
doing
those.
some of that already?
Yeah, we've started doing some work in there. We had some other trees that were around the park, so it was cheaper to do them all at once.
Mm-hmm.
So we went ahead and tackled getting rid of the old trees that didn't make it.
And I I've had a few constituents with their dogs telling me they're getting the burrs in them. Is that because of the weeds?
Yep, sure is.
And does that come in the winter no matter what?
So we were getting that under control, and when the request was made to stop, I told them that it would be about 2 years, and you'd be back asking for us to take it back over. And at that time, the direction from the town manager was to go ahead and do that. So we did, and we stepped away from doing any chemical applications, and 2 years later, almost to the day, the complaints were rolling in, and they wanted us to take it back over.
So that'll take time. You're working on it now.
And it'll take a few years again to get back
Get
in
it
front of it,
back.
because it took from 16 when I started till then to get rid of it, and then it's a matter of getting rid of it again. So it takes time it'll take a couple cycles before we'll be able to get rid of it.
And what bucket does the money for the park come from?
This would be out of capital improvement.
Capital improvement? And then what do you do to keep from the dog pee ruining the grass? It says Bermuda can handle it?
Bermuda handles it.
It handles it fine?
And
Okay.
I'm going to talk about the ryegrass and what
And
you're
it
talking
doesn't.
about in just a minute.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so once the cool temperatures hit, and we hit late December, early January, ryegrass wants to go dormant, but we feed it so much that it's willing to stick around if we treat it right. But what it doesn't do is grow. It stays pretty much the same height. It grows very slowly. And so when it's growing really slowly and the dogs start tearing it up, it just disintegrates that much faster and leads to, again, those safety concerns.
I know you're in constant communication with ADOG. When we put this kind of money into that park, can we have a timeline and let them know exactly what we're doing so that they realize that we're serious about this and
Oh, yeah,
that we're going to
absolutely.
take care of this park?
Yeah, yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Kevin, I have a question. I think, also, I think this is a lot of money. $50,000 is a heck of a lot of money. You know, here, cut here, cut there, here's 10,000 you can put in the street funds, et cetera, et cetera. I would like to see, if you don't mind, I know it's a lot of work, but I'd like to see a breakdown of what these costs are, if you don't mind.
Okay.
I mean, because and it's not that there's no trust or anything, it's just $50,000 to me is a lot of money. And also, is there any way, I know that you have said and stated that ADOG has contributed signage, et cetera. Is there any way that they would contribute to pay or do the signage or anything for us, or do you prefer to just have it match the signage in town, et cetera, and have the town do it?
I think part of this is that they've done a couple of really large-scale projects recently that they have covered in the benches, and I think they're somewhere around 75,000 that they've
Okay,
put
thank
in
you.
towards it over the last handful of years.
Okay,
And so I think Some of
You
this
don't
is
want to
on
go
us.
back, okay. Also, another suggestion is, sounds to me like this hasn't been in the budget as far as maintenance and capital improvement project. We're making all these improvements. It's a lot of money. So I'm wondering if we may not want to, or do we need to, have a budget item for this, or just say, you can spend up to, what, 25,000, or if that's even necessary a year, but if you need anything more than that or something, come back. I mean, it's something to think about, because from what I'm hearing, this is a well-used park. And $50,000, yes, it's what you have to come back before council. But I would like to think that we would maintain it like in accord with our other parks and recreation as part of that. So I don't know how we want to do that. You can be creative and think about that, but maybe bring something back to council.
Well, and I think this is something, if we wanted to not have this be such a big one-time hit, if we wanted to do an ongoing budget supplement that would just stay with the park, then we could do this in smaller detail and do it in phases.
I was just going to say, actually, I had a kind of a note to ask you the same question. You know, if we put 50 towards it to kind of get it up to snuff, up to par, then in addition, put in some sort of line item, you know, an ongoing operational line item for maintenance. I do think the 50 is going to need to be there in order to get us to fix the problems that we have. Then the maintenance can go into maintaining those fixes so that when you do need a little turf or need a little sod or a little work here, we have it more available. So we can certainly do that and add that. So what you'll see then is a CIP request for this work, and then a ongoing supplement, so a supplement request that'll come out, so that green sheet, and it'll say an increase, and I don't know what the number is, we'll talk more offline, for operating use, and that will become a year-over-year thing.
Yeah, and that's something we're seeing with this park, with Desert Vista, where we've added, we added the, I'm drawing a blank on the
Skate
multi-use
park.
court, the skate
Yeah,
park,
yeah.
the soccer mini pitch,
Yeah.
and the fitness park, and we haven't done anything with the budget. And then Four Peaks has the same type of thing, where we've had a lot of stuff over there over the last 6-7 years. And we haven't added anything to that budget either. And so when we've added basketball court, pickleball, now we're adding more pickleball. We added the
New washrooms.
the play area, the new bathroom, the new playgrounds. And when they're new, it's fine, and that's why we didn't ask for anything up front, was there's not much maintenance when it's brand new. But as it ages, then you got to start having some funding to help take care of the things that you have.
Yeah, that makes more sense, I think, too, because then it's not every 2 or 3 years, it's ongoing.
Yep.
Yeah, and also to add to that, to the extent that ADOG would contribute anything ongoing, in taking that into consideration as far as money usage out of the budget too, okay? And thank you.
Yep, that works.
Gail?
Thank you. If we had not stopped taking care of it 2 years ago, whenever that was, would we be in the same position, or would it have
Some of the
not be
stuff-
costing us so much?
Some of the things, yes. When it comes to the weeds, yeah, we certainly would have been out in front of that and not having the issues that we're having. As far as the trees and the issues that we're having, and the use and what all that's bringing on, that comes with having a lot of the amount of use and not being able to shut down to do the things that need to be done. I think if we had more in an ongoing budget, we'd absolutely be able to address more of that.
But I was wondering if you hadn't stopped, or that would be a way to say to ADOG, to maybe help supplement, because they wanted to take it over for a while, and now it's costing us this extra money to bring it back. Maybe a way to,
Yeah. And I would be wholeheartedly in with that. The only thing that I will say is that they have put some money in to doing things that wouldn't be there. And so the ownership still needs to be on us. I think if we hadn't, when we chose to stop, they asked, and it was directed to stop, and so we did. It's not something I wanted to do. I thought we should have kept going with what we were doing, but the direction from the town manager at that time was to stop.
Yeah. Well, and I think where Kevin's going with this in the bigger conversation, and it ties nicely, is that, you know, there are asks, and ADOG, they are a great partner. I'm not taking anything away from them. But sometimes their asks are counter to best practice. And this overseeding is one of the best examples of that. The weed control is another one that says, we're telling you as professionals, as turf, you know, Kevin's a turf guru, but, you know, there is not another dog park in the valley that overseeds that I'm aware of. It's counter to best practices. We know it's going to be a problem. We can tell you what the problems are going to be and what's going to happen. And unfortunately, in this case, when they stopped the weed situation, Kevin kind of said, hey, this is going to happen, and this is a decision that's not going to pay off in 2 years, and we're going to have problems. And unfortunately, it came to fruition, right? So there was a disregard for best practice and for, you know, your industry expert. So when we have these conversations, I know they're difficult. I know ADOG sees Fountain Park and it's green and it's lush, and they see the avenue and it's green. They say, well, we want that in the dog park. Unfortunately, they're not compatible uses, right? It's the reason why, you know, it's the reason why nobody else does it, so to speak. In fact, Kevin and I did a little bit of pretty extensive research. I mean, went and visited a number of dog parks in the area. The one in Scottsdale comes to mind because it's very big, it's very well used. They, have 0 trees or benches or anything else. It is just open turf. And they rotate. They will shut down portions of the park so that it can recover and the grass can grow, and then they shut down another portion and then cycle the dogs. So to give that grass that time to recover, we don't have that. So we're trying to do the best, you know, take the best steps that we can to keep it as healthy and as usable. But sometimes that means following best practices, and that means, you know, again, following the overseeding recommendations, using responsible application for weeds. I know there's a disconnect that says, well, I don't want my dog running through pesticides. We don't want your dog running through pesticides either. That's why we shut it down to do the applications, let it dry, make sure it's safe before we reopen it again. So there's some give and take there in that conversation.
Yeah, we overdo whatever the label says, we typically add a day to it. When we shut down a day longer than what the label says, to make it safe for the animals that are in there, because that's the last thing we'd want as well. So I just, here at the end, you know, Gail, you were bringing up the dog urine issues. This is what the park would look like in best case scenario. It would look like this, and that's not what anybody would want. And the odds of it looking like this are very slim, because we have so much traffic that now all those spots that are brown would actually not have anything covering them. They would be mud, and then we'd have another issue on our hands. But yet you still have to water for the green grass. So you have to water enough for the green grass, which means that the muddy spots just get worse and worse and worse. Now you got them digging in the mud, because dogs love to dig in mud. And so you're just compounding problems. So I just wanted you guys to know the background of that, because I know it's going to come to you. I'm sure you're going to hear it. I'd rather you hear it from me and all because it sounds great. Why wouldn't you want to overseed it, make it beautiful and green, and make it so the dogs can play in the green grass? But it just wouldn't be that.
Can I ask?
Are you saying that because that dog has a guilty look on his face?
Pretty sure he did it on purpose.
Have you, I'm sure you did the research, but do you need the full 50,000 along with what Peggy said? Could this be done with 25,000 or?
So we could, everything that we do, we can do less. It just means that we'll do less, you know? And so that's the reality of it. And I don't have any problem if we want to make it to where that it's if we want to do it all through the budget and we just keep going through and we add more to it, that's fine too. I'm fine with that. If we want to do a small supplement where it's 25, then it's not a capital improvement. It's just a supplemental. Then we'll do as much as we can with the 25, and you may see us back asking for more later. We try and do as much in-house as we can on things like this. I wanted to make sure that we had enough, and at this early stage, I want to make sure that we had enough to do what we talked about last year with council members and ADOG, because we talked about doing this late in the year last year, and I just wanted to make sure that we were covering that.
I think it's important that we get this brought up to speed and then maintain it going on out. I was in those conversations, and there's, yeah, I know, it was before your time. So I think it's important that we show that we're serious about this, we bring it up to speed, and then keep it going, maintain it.
So basically what you're doing is you're saying, okay, let's start out, let's budget it for 50. Of course, like you've all explained all today, you're going to come in under that. And then this is just going to be the beginning of the fund for maintenance, et cetera, and you'll add to it a reasonable sum as you need it on it. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. You're welcome.
All right. Our grand finale is our discussion of downtown. This is another big topic. This is another big one in terms of direction. What would you guys like to do? What would you like to see accomplished? How quickly would you like to see it accomplished? And then what is the budgetary impacts for those goals? Amanda, take it away.
All right, you guys hanging in? All right. So here today on behalf of the team, and it's always tough because I'm like, am I going to forget anybody? But been working for almost 2 years with Community Services, Public Works, our Finance Department, Development Services, of course, Economic Development, and the town manager on the downtown to try to get us positioned to try to implement and do some next steps as far as improving the downtown. So how did we get here? And we truly is staff, the community, the Avenue Merchant Association, which is TAMA, as well as this council. So before my time in 2009, there was a downtown vision plan. And when I started, as I was meeting with business leaders who are also our residents, they sort of had the feeling we haven't done much. We had put in a few million when it came to the avenue, but the downtown is more than just the avenue. And so we heard that this was a priority. So in September 2023, came before council, because it had been probably about 10 years since we had updated our community economic development strategy. And the council unanimously approved that strategy. And part of it, under the focus area of business attraction, was to create a new downtown strategy based on current economic trends. And so literally 2 months later, in this very room, and as Rachel mentioned earlier this morning, it was our mini retreat. We had asked council if we could go ahead and get started, have a staff-driven process, one, to save money using a consultant, and then typically, when you're looking at a downtown strategy, it could take 12 to 18 months. And some of my colleagues did think I was a bit crazy, but I was like, let's try to fast track this and do it in 9 months. And so we received that approval in November, and I said in January of this year, we would get started. And we delivered on our promise and brought forth the downtown strategy a couple of months ago, which also received unanimous approval. And as part of those next steps, did share with council that we would be bringing forth a budget request and an implementation strategy. I had shared, and some people usually see this slide and can't see your eyes. I like to look at your eyes. But I said it could possibly, start to finish, be a $20 million project. And it was a little bit like a cartoon of the eyes kind of bulging. No one got to see that. I saw that. And so you'll see some future slides. So it's roughly about start to finish 10 to 11 million. So look we're already saving. It's not 20 million. So as we show those slides, hopefully there's an openness. And so here, just to refresh everyone's memory, and then, of course, just at the benefit of our new Councilmember Earl, and then Matthew and Rick behind me. Sorry, you're behind me, gentlemen. But we shrunk from 2009, the boundary. And there was 2 reasons for that. If you expand it, then yeah, you're looking at 40 million. And then also a big chunk back in 2009 included Fountain Park. And we decided to remove that. Part of it is a park. It's become a recreational amenity and is also a hot spot for our events. So we removed that and just kept the frontage. So again, for everyone's benefit. All right, so now the numbers. So we're proposing, there's 2 options. There's a 5-year and an 8-year. And we're looking at funding this through the capital fund. And so in July, John and I asked council, at that time we had 7, but if we could have some one-on-one conversations to talk about the downtown strategy, a little bit about budgeting and the funding. And so why we're proposing the capital fund is for several reasons. Number 1 is because it's over 50,000. It is heavy, as you can see, on infrastructure. And as I told you, you've seen we're working collaboratively together. So at this point, when we're looking at the capital fund and working with Rachel and Paul, is how do we stay within what has traditionally been the average for the capital fund, and just, you know, chatting amongst each other. Of course, listening from council is, okay, if we do this, can we stay within those limits? As of this moment, we can. These are still estimates, number 1. 2, as Paul mentioned, staff is still crunching numbers and haven't officially submitted. And then the agenda item after me is your council priorities. So again, if there's anything else that we need to take in account. And so to discuss this, first we got the Avenue Linear improvements. And so this current fiscal year that we're in, Kevin's team has started what we'll call phase 1, which is 200,000. And we had shared with council earlier this year in preparation for this budget that we would want to do this in phases. And so you'll see the fiscal year 26 and 27 of just maintaining that 200,000 to improve the linear park within the avenue. And then what that entails is better seating and a bit more shading, and where we're hoping to just activate that area. So as of right now, there's not a lot of outdoor seating, but again, the linear park is so beautiful. So if people wanted to hang out in there, that we're creating that sense of place. The next item, which is the big chunk, are streetscapes. And so when we talk about streetscapes, that is looking from a street view at all the various elements. So buildings, sidewalks, lighting, trees. You'll see the row below what areas we're proposing to tackle. So for instance, in fiscal year 26, the design of the east portion half of the avenue. Then the following year, doing construction and then designing the other half. And so with the streetscapes and most of these numbers is what I would call includes the whole enchilada. And so that being 1, removals. So if we're removing some curb, then some civil improvements, expanding sidewalks, removing palm trees, adding trees that provide shade. Site furnishing. And again, I'm going to show some pictures to give a better visual. But we've heard from Tama adding more seating, and not just benches, but again, creating that sense of place for people to hang out within the downtown. Lighting within the trees, string lightings, for example. And then several of you have sometimes come to me or my colleagues and they're like, design, over 200,000. And so want to explain that again to you, just to be transparent and of course for our public. This is not me drawing something on a napkin. We did that jokingly last week. It was a flower and Kevin thought it was a tree. I thought it was very clearly a flower, but he thought it was a tree. So it's not something simple as that or doing graphic design work. What we're talking about with design is engineers, it's architects, and it's preparing construction engineering drawings. It's looking at utilities, understanding what is existing, what needs to be expanded on, etc. Then next is a sign package. This is separate from the town-wide wayfinding signage. This too is pretty rough, and we'll hope to have better numbers when it comes to February. But we need to have more conversation with the community because, for example, folks are wanting entryway signage. They're wanting, again, later I'll show some images, but grand signage off of Saguaro introducing the downtown, directional signage. So it's including some of that, but however, if there's a big push by this council or the community to be more grandiose, something like that, just one sign, and again, I'll highlight in a few minutes, is about $125,000. And so if we wanted to, maybe focus like 2 on Saguaro and then just really take it easy within the downtown. So again, you'll see those totals. This is a 5-year. Why it's 5-year and why staff is proposing it is for several reasons. Some council members have said, let's get her done. It is aggressive, but doable. Also, just taking into account economic conditions. The farther you look, if you do an 8-year, a 10-year, a 20-year, cost of material, because again, this is infrastructure, usually just goes up instead of down. And then also sometimes people don't like to think about this. Tam and I, we talk about it a lot, and they get it as businessmen and women, but election cycles. So whether it's local, at the statewide, or national, and then as again, you get deeper, it starts to become national. It starts to create instability in the market because you just don't know who's going to be on top. And so sometimes there's a hesitancy to invest or again, markets can become volatile. So this is the 5-year. This is the 8-year. And so again, the 8-year, the difference is we're just expanding it. So if the dollar amount is more digestible, if you will. And then sometimes best practice is doing design 1 year, construction the next year doing design. Sometimes design, though, of course, doesn't take a full year. So then you're losing time in starting to make some of these improvements. Mr. Mayor.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Since you had some pretty big numbers there.
Yes.
Are we taking any money out of the downtown fund to help supplement this?
Mr. Mayor, at this point, no.
Okay.
And then we'll get to a different slide that shows some of the downtown supplements ongoing that staff would be requesting. But this would come from the fund and then the capital fund, excuse me.
So one more question for you then. Is there any grant money available for any of this work?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. This has often been asked by council. The answer is no. And the reason is because of our demographics and because we're so affluent. Really what is available is for communities that are less affluent. Paul, did you want to jump in?
Sure, I can.
Before you do, Paul, I just wanted to jump in. One of the other things we talked about regarding the 5-year versus 8-year plan is the impact on the businesses along the avenue. Construction's not fun. We talked about it on Palomino and how that won't be fun for the residents. Construction is not fun for our businesses either. So we're conscious of trying to minimize that impact. So faster is better in terms of getting in and getting it done. At the same time, that comes with a financial cost. So really trying to figure out how to balance those two opposing things.
Also, you could start this project and you could have a turnover or change in the council makeup, and you'd be halfway through a project and they might say no more. So that's something we got to consider too.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was sort of my point, but not too bluntly, of elections. Paul?
Mayor, Council, I'll just touch on it a little bit. We did have discussions about an appropriate funding source for this type of long-range project, and the reasons, so going back to the Downtown Strategy Fund, yes, you can use that money for these types of projects. That money is an excise tax for the downtown purposes. It's pretty broad. So yes, we could use it. We have about $650,000 in that fund. We're bringing in about $150,000 or so in revenues per year. But because of the long-term nature of these improvements, the most sense it made was to be able to fit into our capital improvement plan out of our capital projects fund. So that's the thought process behind it.
All right, so back to some of the visuals. So this is a current state, which we're calling before, but obviously is the current state of Avenue of the Fountains. And so Avenue of the Fountains, and then you'll see to my right, that is, of course, Sofritas. Here is an example of after, and it's always scary to show a concept of, oh, is this what we're getting? Yes and no. So it's not, the final drawings. But again, if you see that dashed line, this is where we're extending. And so again, when we're talking streetscapes, the sidewalk cafes, you'll see some seating, you'll see some potentially potted plants, if you will. Is something that TAMA has asked for. You may not have heard it publicly because I've shared with them too. We only have so much money, and what are your priorities? And there's been previous priorities from that organization, but try to do my best to represent some of their asks. You'll see some of the twinkly lights, and then you'll see, again, the hope is, and we're on track for earlier next year, which we're almost there in 2025, to bring forth to the Planning and Zoning Commission as well as Council an overlay district to create an entertainment district in this area. So the hope is to, and I've appreciated some of the comments over the last few months from Council of seeing the economic benefit, just the quality of life for Fountain Hills, that if we can make this come to fruition and we get more retail and restaurants, selfishly, right, that benefits our local sales tax. And then so we may not see it immediately, but eventually there'll be an uptick in that area. This is just an evening view. And this is, so Jan overused some dronage footage of Verde and Parkview of a before. And I've shared, I'll never apologize for being honest, but again, if I'm too blunt, I apologize. But you've all heard me say, just as the economic development director, early on when I started driving through, I was like, wow, ooh, what's happened here? And just from a branding standpoint, and then a business attraction, that if I'm driving a site selector that has been hired by a developer or a business client, a bioscience company, for instance, and I drive through here, they'd probably tell me to turn around and go to Scottsdale. Just because you're not seeing infrastructure, you're seeing the vacancies, you're seeing some of the weeds. Again, with some of the policy we're going to bring forth in early 2025, we're hoping to fix some of that. But again, with these capital improvement requests, we're hoping before, dun, 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 wow, doesn't that look different? So again, actual sidewalks, being able to walk, adding additional parking, because again, the hope is to drive and get more retail. You're seeing the trees, a little hidden right now, but lights. Again, we right now don't have sidewalks, lights. And so again, to just picture asking council, the public, is why too some of those numbers are so high is because, again, we're kind of working with nothing. And then so, Gail, you kind of asking, even just like the simple of the dog park, oh, if like we've been making some of these improvements would have been so much. And Kevin said, well, yes and no. But because there's not this infrastructure, yeah, it gets a little bit hefty, especially along Parkview. So this is just an example of before with Parkview. And of course, many of you have heard from those constituents of when's Parkview going to get some love. So this just showing to the landscape improvements, sidewalks, street lighting, banners, etc. And then these again are just some examples where, you know, you can create art pieces. If you see that P83 almost out of signage. Again, different concepts. And then when we look at that Gateway Monument, and then the two of those are just like 125,000. So, you know, if we did something like that to really think about that. But again, we need to have more conversations as staff with the public. But again, if you wanted to provide any direction. So now moving on to what we're proposing in the downtown fund. And so again, Paul just shared with you about 600 to 700,000. We would come before council in February where these would be ongoing supplements. And so again, it remains pretty flat, conservative, but looking at event programming. So again, we've talked about a second Thursday concept. We've talked about doing some more concerts within the Civic District in the Centennial Pavilion, in Plaza Fountainside, again, just to get people to gather, but also entice them, if you think too of Plaza Fountainside, that we're activating that area in the park, also the Plaza Fountainside, that again, hopefully then too, they're patronizing Arrivederci, Euro Pizza, Fountain View Coffee, etc. And then, of course, if you're going to put on some of these events, you for sure need to have some money to market it. So again, social media, print advertising, etc. The banners are street banners. We most likely wouldn't need this every year, but I would say to plan for it. So again, as Verde River comes online, that then we're preparing to install those banners. And when I first started on the Avenue of the Fountains, it was actually bare and naked. And so we updated that, and Tama and the community was really excited, but then they get really eager of, okay, let's switch it out. And what we're hoping is that for about 9 months, we keep up just static promoting, encouraging, you know, shop, dine, stay, if you will, and then having some holiday banners. Murals here, what we're talking about, which is within, again, the downtown strategy, is looking at exterior building walls. So real fast. Let's see. That one's good. So if you'll see right now, a lot of the buildings within the downtown are blank canvases, if you will, if we decided to pursue that, and we'll get into that too within a couple of slides. Again, if we decided to do that, that's what that is. And then a facade improvement program, again, part of the downtown strategy. Several council members want to get started. So again, back to what I just showed you, something like this, again, is going to take some time, working with development services, working with Aaron on a facade improvement program. And so basically, it's a facelift and would be a grant program. So anything that's been built newer wouldn't qualify, but usually some of the older buildings, and there are some buildings that were built in the 70s and 80s, could come to the town. We'd have to have a process in place to see if they qualify, but could get money for painting if they wanted to update the exterior. So again, the facade, get to more modern architecture, etc. We're looking at $50,000. We've been doing some best practices, reaching out to some communities. I've had extensive conversation with Queen Creek. They just sunsetted, I think, after 10 or more years, and felt the program was pretty successful. They did about 50 to 100,000. Again, just being conservative, we'll look at 50 for the next 5 years. If it becomes really popular, we can come back to council. And then you'll see palm/tree lights. So you've hopefully seen that the palms were wrapped and they're lit. Again, the hope is we won't need this every year, but again, as other phases come online, one, it's planning, but two, since this is the first time that we're doing this, we've also had some learning lessons. If electrical outlets have gone out, like do we have 20,000 to plan for that? As the trees start growing, do the lights start like falling down and we need to replace them? So just preparing. And so the total ask for fiscal year 26 and beyond is $150,000. Notes and observations is what I'm calling this. So just again for council and be transparent with the public, this does not include connectivity from the Avenue to Fountain Park or the redevelopment of pocket parks. And so to Councilmember Earl, what we mean by that is so in between Fearless Kitty as well as Sofritas, there's an area, and there's actually two, and there's one next to the Thai place on the Avenue. There's spots that are owned right now primarily by Plat 208. There's some trees, there's a couple of benches. We've had conversations, and Plat 208 has been opened to potentially updating that area. Just looking at our current numbers, we're just thinking that's not maybe a priority at this point, and so I've not included it. And then as far as the connectivity, why we've not included that is for several reasons. One, the council's been split on how we address that. Last year, we were looking at a roundabout. It was terminated by council. Council said, we're open to talking about it perhaps in 3 to 5 years. And also, I'll share with you, as staff, some of us at times are a bit split. Professionally, I'm obviously not an engineer, and will always look to Public Works and our town engineer. But if I can take off real fast my professional hat and talk to you personally, and as a resident, I'm not sure too, moving people, because what we've looked at often as a solution is a roundabout. But as a resident, and just on Monday, I was using the roundabout over here, if I'm in the right direction. And as I was going, I had to stop halfway through. There's a gentleman walking towards me. He stops. Here comes a truck, and he just brakes really fast. And then there's a car behind, and I'm just like, oh, there's going to be an accident. They did all stop, but then what happens is the gentleman's looking at me. Then he looks at the other gentleman, and the gentleman's telling him to go as I start to walk. So I'm thinking, God, please don't let him hit me. This is a scary situation. I make it safely, but the gentleman's like, wow. He's like, you're pretty brave. He's like, I was not going to risk that. Like, he stayed in place. So anyway, just my little personal experience. But those are some of the reasons. And again, want to share that publicly, that again, if we ever get direction from council or the community says we need to focus on this, that 10 to 11 million that I just talked to you about then goes up. Also, part of the notes and observations, the multi-year outlook. What staff is asking for, even though we're showing 5-year and 8-year, that of course you are only considering this year, the fiscal year 26. However, we're hoping to get direction from council that, okay, are you feeling good looking at either a 5-year or an 8-year because of the planning? And then we don't want, to Rachel's point, we've started design, we've started tearing up and doing construction on, we'll just say, the east half of the avenue, and you decide, let's stop it. Like, it's too much. And then the west half is like, what's going on? And then Parkview is really hollering at us of like, where's the love? But again, we can't have you or tie your hands to a multi-year project, but usually with capital projects, there is that long-range planning that you are taking into consideration that will be coming forth in those latter years. But there's also the caveat too. that it is based on budget appropriations and economic conditions. We're going to hope the economy does great beginning next year and 4 years after. But sometimes we get threatened that, there's going to be some type of a recession. But that just, again, as leaders, we're being mindful. Next steps is we're wanting to finalize numbers come February.
Gail has a question.
Oh, sorry, Gail.
You were talking about I think you were saying to not have connectivity between Parkview and Fountain, or Avenue of the Fountains?
Oh, so Avenue?
Is that what you're talking about? The connectivity? Because I didn't see how a roundabout got to connect those two.
Apologies. So, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Earl, no. So I'm talking about, and if I said that, I apologize. So the Avenue, there's been talks, like along the Avenue, of having a roundabout off of Saguaro and getting pedestrians to Fountain Park.
Oh, you're saying connectivity to Fountain Park? Got it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So apologies if I misspoke. All right. So again, those next steps is we'll fine tune numbers when it comes to the next council budget workshop. And then so want to pause to see if there's any questions, comments from what I've shown, or if you want me to then talk about this, because we'll also need some feedback and direction on these policies. So just checking in with you, Mayor.
Just a comment.
Yes.
You said you're looking for ways to get the residents to Fountain Park, but as an economic development director, don't you want them in the downtown area?
So
I just thought I would throw that out.
I mean, was it a question or are you being funny? So, Mr. Mayor, both. Of course, we want them in the downtown, but we also, as leaders, have to think if this all goes swimmingly well, and we're overpopulating the downtown, we're also hoping the quality of life pieces that our residents, businesses, and visitors are visiting the world-class fountain, and then of course our events. That's tourism, and then sometimes just quality of life residents. So. A little bit of both.
And we want them to go to Plaza Fountainside.
Yes.
We want them to be able to
Thanks,
continue their
Rachel.
shopping. How about
yes, thank you.
that? I appreciate the pause here because I think this, whether we move forward and talk about next steps or we don't, is really a critical intersection. So the question now is, how do you guys feel about the plan that Amanda proposed, the numbers that are associated with it? Is this something that we want to begin tackling in FY26?
Thank you very much. Thank you. I thought that I've seen this before. I think that you did a whole presentation on the Downtown Strategy Fund, and we were in agreement with it. I think it's a really good idea. I would prefer, if budget permits, the 5-year, because I think that would be more attractive. Our whole purpose is changing the downtown area, connectivity, et cetera, supporting the businesses, and getting much more traffic down there to do that. So I'm in favor of, the renovation for downtown. I thought that's the way we were going to go as far as what council said, et cetera. So I'm for having it start in the budget and for 26 as well. We've been talking about this a long time, and I think it's time to implement it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Those are some pretty big numbers. This seems more like tourism than economic development to me. It seems like we're trying to attract people in a kind of a touristy environment. So I'm not sure on return on investment, as far as you say, there's gonna be more taxes brought in here. I think that's speculative. The way I figured it, it's $12,383,000, which is a huge number, particularly when we're talking about roads and vehicle replacements, community center, improvements, roofing to the community center, roofing to this building. It seems to me that this would be a good project, a good idea for a bond to put it before the people. Do you guys want to spend $12.5 million to improve the downtown? And if the people did want to pass that bond, then they would have this kind of a downtown area. When I look at the pictures of Parkview, you know, with all the sidewalks, you know, that's got to be $3 to $4 million to put sidewalks into a street that's already kind of built out with 9 to 5 businesses, churches, coin shops, insurance stores. You know, even if we built Parkview out, I don't see a lot of other dining other than Phil's and the Tap House being down there. You've got, it's pretty much built out. I think I counted 123 businesses on Parkview, and so that there's not going to be a whole lot of room to expand. There are a lot of parts to this I like. So what I would like to do is you know, I'm not comfortable going forward with this price tag, but extracting some of the more affordable parts and more of the high impact parts, coming back and discussing the improvements that we can make on more of a reasonable budget, or let the people decide. But I don't feel comfortable with the 7 of us having that kind of a price tag for something that's going to only affect the downtown businesses. You know, even the facade improvement program for $50,000 a year. Again, we're picking certain businesses in a certain segment of our town. I don't know how many total businesses we have in Fountain Hills, but you know, you're isolating just those businesses to hand out money to, and so it seems like we're kind of picking winners and losers, which I'm uncomfortable with too. You know, if people want to improve the facade, if it's an older building, I don't think the town is responsible. I don't think the taxpayers are responsible for that. You know, like the wrap trees, you know, great idea. You know, I've always been for more additional lighting, which I think we could do on a much lower budget. You know, I don't know, I think probably all the council people up here have got a lot of good input on the wrap trees. And so I think we can do those kind of smart improvements to make the downtown better, but I'm just really uncomfortable with this, with $12.5 million spent on just one segment of the town. That's my take.
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. Amanda, great presentation. Thank you. As the council directed, that we wanted to see your downtown strategy, and this has been a process for some time now. We will have further meetings on the budget, and I'm sure that you will work your magic to make things economical. But I wanted to point out that Amanda is also our tourism department, essentially. Yes, she's economic development, but we did put tourism under her. That's correct? Yes, Amanda?
Yes.
Okay. And furthermore, tourism helps our businesses, which helps everybody. So I do not see this as picking and choosing. I actually love that we're including Parkview rather than just the Avenue and making it our downtown again. Because an attractive downtown attracts people to come to town, and then they'll say, oh, we walked around the park. Where should we get lunch? They go on their phone. They might end up in a different area of town, but the majority of our businesses that raise the sales tax that we depend on come from the downtown area. We're talking the most visited restaurants in town. What I'm trying to get at is that this is an investment that if we do this right and we improve our downtown, we're improving our sales tax revenue. This investment is important for the success of Fountain Hills, and that's why I have been supportive of it through our multiple conversations about it. This council has made it clear that the majority wants to see a beautiful Fountain Hills.
Mr. Mayor.
Gail?
Yes, I like all your ideas, and I am very eager to see our downtown be improved. Because I'm new to this, where would this money come from? Do we have a bucket for that, Paul?
No, I know, I was like, we're gonna have Paul tackle this.
Mayor, Councilmember Earl, so what we've been discussing for the 5-year or the 8-year plans, the way we could logistically make it happen would be from our capital improvement plans and our capital projects fund. So going back to the earlier presentation, as of current day, we have about $11.5 million in that fund, so it is well funded. We do have a few big projects going on this year, with the Golden Eagle impoundment being the main one. That's about $3 million right there. If we're gonna carry out our capital improvements like the way I think we will, because we've been discussing them, we'll probably have around $7 to $8 million in that fund by year end. And it's a matter of, like we've talked about, balancing the budget and figuring out a way to fit it in. So just to give you a frame of reference, our fiscal year 2025 capital improvement budget has $9 million total, but there are some expenditures that are from exclusionary revenue sources, like we talked about in the expenditure limitation. So really a truer number of what's coming out of that capital projects fund is like 6 to 6.5 million is what we can kind of take on a yearly basis at current day. So the numbers on your screen, 675,000 next year. The first 200,000 is already pretty much accounted for the most part. Of course, we need council approval, but council approved it to be a 3-year project. So that's kind of already been accounted for. So that full 675,000, that one pretty easy. We could fit it in to the capital improvement budget. The fiscal year 27 and on, where it's 3 million, 2.5 million, it's a little bit more of a wild card. It's going to take some maneuvering and figuring out what's a priority, just to be frank, of mayor and council, because we have some wild cards coming down the pipe. We have the Shea widening projects that we've been talking about, which are higher dollar projects, but we'd have to take it on a year-by-year basis and figure ways to make it work.
So I thought the Shea widening was already taken care of, no?
Phase one of it.
Oh, phase one, okay.
Yeah, there's 2 more phases that we've discussed, and a lot of it's contingent on state funding.
Going forward with this, if we do, I do prefer the 5-year, not to drag it out, but I find it interesting that it's about a $12 million expense. And if we did not do the 20-year bond for the roads, that's $12 million in interest that we would be spending on that bond. They could pay for this whole thing. I don't know if that all works together, but I'm sure it's all intertwined.
I'd have to talk with the experts a little bit on if that's something mayor and council wanted to consider as far as a bond.
No, I'm not saying I want a bond.
Oh, I see
No.
what you're saying. I was confused
No, I'm
by the
saying
statement.
if we had the 20-year bond, we would be spending actually 32 million.
Right.
Instead of 20, right, we get 20 million, it'd be 32 million.
Yes, with all
That's
the
a
interest.
$12 million expense there.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So if we keep the roads going kind of over several years without that expensive bond, I mean, there's different, like you said, many different buckets here to consider.
Yeah, great point. We can make it work, but it will take the later years with the $3 million, $2.5 million price tags. It will take prioritization by mayor and council in these discussions on prioritizing the downtown improvements over some of the other projects that we've discussed.
Being that we have an affluent town, I would love to see our downtown look like it's an affluent town and to attract more people. Thank you.
Peggy?
Thank you. Thank you very much. As Hannah said, we have been talking about this a long time. The biggest complaints that I've heard from a lot of people in town is it's so disjointed and unattractive downtown that they're not attracted to going down there and shopping. And I think that looking at your idealistic slides, et cetera, I think that if we do encompass this whole thing, put sidewalks and streets in, hopefully it will be an incentive for those empty lots to be developed, because they're an eyesore. And so hopefully this will add to that, and it'll add revenue, et cetera. And to me, this is just like, we live in one of the most beautiful places. We have so many people come here every year. We have international dark skies being built, et cetera. To me, this is an opportunity to help capitalize on that, to help increase our revenue, because we don't know what's going to be happening in the next couple of years. And yes, this is a great idea, and it is expensive, but it will be coming back before council and budget and planning every single year. So we are going to have to revisit this and look at it in a realistic way when it comes to practical application and financial application. So I think what we're saying here is to move forward and with your concept and idea, and then come back as needed before council before spending any money or doing anything further. So I'm for moving forward and within the 5-year period too, if possible. If the budget dictates it has to be longer, then that's what it's going to dictate. So thank you.
Brenda, did you want to go?
Sure.
Go ahead.
I just have a brief comment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we did discuss this a while back in the council meeting, and Jim, the chair of TAMA, was here. And when I suggested as part of cost containment that we restrict this to the Avenue of the Fountains, he was shaking his head. And then he wrote me after that meeting, and he said, Brenda, I think that's a great idea. You can contain your costs, and we can direct the improvements to the Avenue of the Fountains. And then in future subsequent years, with future and subsequent mayors and councils, they can make more decisions on how to expand from there. And so I think even TAMA would back my assertion that, you know, we start on the Avenue of the Fountains, and then when the money becomes available, we can expand it to Parkview or wherever you think that we should go with it. So I just wanted to let people know that I have been in touch with TAMA, and they liked my suggestion.
Mr. Mayor, can I just say too, just for the other businesses I have to represent, is, again, TAMA is the Avenue Merchant Association. So kind of selfishly, they're focused on just the Avenue. But based on council direction, and then when we had our one-on-ones in July, if you see fiscal year 26 and 27, is we're making the Avenue a priority. But in the third slide, because the first slide's my title slide, the boundary of the downtown is beyond the Avenue. And then, so just want, again, to be clear for public and council that it's just my, professional duty to then look at Verde River, Saguaro, Plaza Fountainside, and Parkview. And I know all of you have been beat up regarding those businesses of where's the love? We're the redheaded stepchild. Rachel?
I just wanted to throw out there, as we're having this conversation, and when Paul was talking, we talk about, yeah, we can figure it out. It's going to, we may need to be creative in how we budget these things. Keeping in mind, and Gail, this kind of goes to what you were saying, like, hey, we have streets. We talked about some big numbers with streets this morning, and now we're talking big numbers for downtown, and, we only have so much to go around. We also have our expenditure limitation. All of this hits that ceiling and gets us, butts us up against that ceiling quicker and quicker every time we take on new projects and new things. So to Paul's point, identifying what the priority is, and I think going back to, what Alan was sharing is like, he's made it very clear that the streets are his priority. I think the other conversation is, we still have the rest of the town to operate, so how do these all coincide and dovetail into what eventually will be the adopted budget? So what we're trying to get to, and I think, is the idea of when we come back in February, how much of this do you want to see in there? Are we looking at maybe scaling it back to just, to phase one being the Avenue, with subsequent phases maybe being outer years? Several, Hannah and Gail, I heard you both say, hey, we really like this. We really like this. We don't like the price tag, but we really like this. So trying to kind of nail down where we want to go with this, I guess.
I
Check with Alan, would that be possible? If he's still...
I think Alan dropped off.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. I have several points here I want to make. I wrote down a question, and maybe this is for Paul. how many multiples of our current TPT revenue would it take to fully support this project? And then basically, what would be the increase in sales in the downtown area? Something to just consider. And then Paul mentioned the capital improvement at $11.5 million. Now, remember, we wanted to add Palomino to capital improvement, so that's going to chew up some of that money that's probably sitting there as well.
So Mayor, for the street paving discussion that we had in Palomino specifically, that would come out of the streets fund. Right now, what we're talking about in our capital improvement plan, all those expenditures would be coming out of the capital projects fund. So the capital projects fund current day has about 11.5 million, and the streets fund itself has about 14 million.
Okay, okay. All right. So, and then Amanda, don't run. I'm just kidding you. I'm just kidding. I am in full agreement on the ongoing supplements. I like the facade program, and that can be expanded to other businesses as well. We don't have to just do the Avenue. If there's other businesses that are interested in getting into that program, I think we should always consider that. I am concerned with the numbers, but I will take the staff's recommendation at heart when Paul does his number crunching, and if there's a way to do the roads and get something started on the Avenue, I think we need to consider it. I did have a question on this design at almost $700,000. Is that the fine? Have they sharpened that pencil all the way and that's what we're going to get, or is there any more left in that? That's a lot of money for just design. And if we do something on the Avenue, I'm all in favor of widening that sidewalk in front of Sofritas. It's just not handicap accessible the way it is right now either, so that's a concern that I have. And I've heard from several residents that try to walk along there. It's tough. So that to me would be something I think we need to address sooner rather than later, if we can do it.
Mr. Mayor, so before staff brought this forward, even though I'm the spokesperson, Amanda's project, Rachel and Paul already asked us to kind of sharpen the pencil. So this has been sharpened, and then also speaking with an engineering firm and helping us do this. We always do, I think we've proven that, and it's been a theme all morning and this afternoon of this could be the number, but then we try to negotiate. Or again, I'll share, I usually don't like to share the things that I do, but when we did the palm tree lights and asked for budget authority of $25,000, I asked Kevin to go to the vendor for $20,000. Yeah, I know you told me 25, but tell him 20. They did it a little bit below that. So those are some of the things where we are trying, again, on behalf of council, this town, the taxpayer, to crunch the numbers. With the streetscapes too, we've lowered that based on some direction of Paul and Rachel. And one thing I shared is, it's like, if we're gonna do this, let's do the darn thing. That sometimes when we start to take away, and I'll use an example, when I first started here, and Jim, I've shared with you in the first month is like, I need to meet with you. And we met, and he shared with me, he's like, Amanda, on my side, on this whole strip of the avenue, there are no trash cans. There are no benches. I'm not sure if that was a cost saving, if it's something we forgot. This is not to throw anyone under the bus. And so I went to former town manager Grady Miller and Justin, and we did what I call a process walk. We went out, and it's like, okay, let's look at this. And he was right. And it's like, okay, how do we fix it? This is an error. So I would say, again, if we can, or if the direction is to crunch the numbers, but those streetscapes, for example, that is not just sidewalks. It's the sidewalks. It's replacing trees. It is the site furniture. What I just said about trash cans. This is the whole enchilada. That we're planning
So
for.
maybe that would be a good thing to do, is give us a breakdown as to what all that is. Because I don't think that, I'm speaking for myself. I didn't get all that.
Absolutely, we're happy to do that. And then if it's helpful here or later, I can have either Justin or Janover come up again about the design and explain more. Because again, the streetscapes, again, even though I'm the spokesperson, this will, like the avenue improvements, that falls under Kevin. The streetscapes will fall under Public Works, not me. I'm not an expert in sidewalks and engineers. Would it help to talk more about the design or do that later? Okay. The mayor's telling me later. And again, we're happy to do those breakdowns. As again, we're continuing to crunch. We got some stuff Monday. We had to do more crunching on Tuesday, and still wanted to evaluate, but happy to show that. Any other feedbacks? It sounds like there's consensus, and consensus is not unanimous, is to move forward with the ongoing supplements of $150,000, and then if we can, to show the 5-year, and then look at some of the latter years. Mayor's nodding his head. All right. So with some of that direction, is staff now is asking, should we as staff to begin drafting some other policies, so design standards, the facade improvement program, the mural program, so we could start now, and of course, knowing the budget is not approved. The positive in doing that is from January to June, staff's working on it, so it's going to take some staff time. That's number one. 2, we're coordinating with Plat 208. We're talking to TAMA, the other businesses, to be able to present some of these draft policies to you within that 6-month time frame. We could also wait until July 1st if there is an approved budget, but now you're losing about a year. A year, why I'm saying that, is then to implement a facade. If there is approval for the murals, is then it's about 6 months again, that planning, building a policy, getting approval, then the implementation. Mr. Mayor.
The only issue I have with your 3 on here is the mural program, because that's sitting right by a vacant lot. If somebody buys that lot and builds on it, then you've wasted that time, effort, and money on murals on buildings that are going to be blocked by another building. So I would think about that. I'm not saying yay or nay, but maybe some of the other council members want to weigh in on that. We're going to have the same thing happening over on the avenue right next to Chase Bank. I was standing there looking at that lot where they're going to be building that apartment in there, and there's signs on that one building. They're all going to be blocked out. So all that money and effort, and maybe it'll be a year or 2 before that happens. We don't know, but that's something we should think about, I think, too.
You said murals are popular? Oh,
I was going to chime in that the murals have been really popular, and we've got a couple building owners approach us about wanting to do some, but that's where I think that's kind of been generated from. But to your point, we want them to be where they're going to be long-standing, not necessarily in a temporary capacity.
well, I'm thinking,
Especially if we're paying for it.
yeah, well, like
Yeah.
Peggy had said, if we fix up the Parkview, that then we hopefully will sell those lots. So I agree with Jerry, maybe holding off that scene. I don't know how long of this will take or when we would fix up Parkview. When would that be in the plan?
That fiscal year 31. Let's see. Let's see. It was, yeah, okay, fiscal year 30.
30? Oh. Well, maybe we could have murals in the meantime. Okay.
So we could, right, we could hold off, but to Rachel's point, we have been approached by a couple businesses, one even willing to cost share. This is again something too we need to talk with legal about the benefit of the town being involved, and if it's paid for out of the downtown fund, is we have some control. I know Councilmember Calavianakis has shared some concern about this particular project. And so I'll give an example. Last year when we started, a couple of people were like, oh my gosh, like, are you going to do this? What type of murals are we getting? Or they came from a big city. And so having control and then the town being the client, I was able to share with the Arts Council, no people. You can think why. No people. Landscaping, insects, butterflies. Like we're gonna be very, very safe. We're gonna play it safe and see what happens. And it is like it has been so exciting. We just did again 6 more. We've had HOAs contact us, wanting information, wanting to potentially hire the Art Council because they're like, these utility boxes are hideous. And what you guys have done is just gorgeous. And again, if then they start taking care of some of the utility boxes, that's fabulous. I had a constituent from Rio Verde come in, and she's like, we're thinking about doing XYZ, and it's going to cost so much money. Like, how much was this? And I shared it with her. She's like, okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board. And so there's that level of excitement. And I'd shared several months ago, the mayor and I met with, as part of a business retention site visit with Mindful Barbell, and John had shared with us, so he's like, I decided to lease this space blindly. And so Jerry and I are like, blindly, what are you talking about? And he's like, well, I'm from California, and he's like, so I just looked online, never contacted me, but I saw the sidewalks. I saw the murals right in front of my space. I saw the linear park, all those trees. And he's like, and I told my partner, we're going in there, and we're going in blind. And so he's been successful, and then he was so inspired by the murals that he paid for a mural inside, and I'll let the mayor say it's pretty gorgeous, and was thinking of doing another one. So some of this is small, and again, other things are bigger, but again, to Councilmember Kalavianakis' point of the economic development is that was business attraction, and then now the economic development part is retaining the folks that have made an investment. Mr. Mayor, I think you were going to say something.
I'm not against the murals. And especially if they're going to cost share, but we just have to be mindful if somebody builds on that lot, in your example.
I think, we'll plan to hold off on that and focus on the design standards and facade improvement
But I think
program.
the mural project overall has been a huge success. Brenda?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to concur with your original statement on my reservations on the mural project as well, particularly in light of the fact that they could be blocked. It just seems like a waste of money to put them up there with, just hoping nothing gets built. I don't like it. And not only that, but if we're going to do a whole side of a building, it just seems kind of urban to me. And I look at this more of as a suburban community, and I really don't even like the idea of the murals. But then for us to pay for them, I would, again, or my opinion, that's my opinion.
All right. With that, anything else? Any other feedback? So again, we won't work on the murals. We'll adjust that in the ongoing expenses, and so maybe save it for a couple of years, or we can completely take it out and then come back at a later time. And then again, as I mentioned, it sounds like the consensus is to bring forth the 5-year and see how it works based on what Paul and Rachel receive from the other departments this month. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Okay, that brings us to our last item, which is any priorities, any projects, any needs, or community discussion about things we have not talked about today, things you would like to see in the budget that were not on our radar yet or that we brought forward. This is any chance to make sure we have everything that you want to see in the proposed budget.
If I may, thank you, Jerry. And this actually dovetails with the conversation we just had, but I would be for more downtown illumination, more downtown lighting. That's always been kind of a project of mine. I talked to a couple of business owners just this past weekend, and they own a business next to Pony Express, and they said, yeah, we need lights. It's too dark. Our customers don't want to come here at night, and it's dangerous to walk around in the dark. And if we are going to get that downtown like you're seeking, again, I think that one of the easiest things we can do, like they did in Gilbert. When I moved to Gilbert 24 years ago, and their downtown had no lights and no businesses, and then part of their civic improvement there is now that whole stretch in downtown Gilbert is lit. People are walking around at night and they feel safe, and so that's always been my project, and I'd still like to keep more downtown illumination, again, to attract people to go to our businesses at night and to keep them safe.
Is this the place I'm not sure if this relates to that, but I talked to you before about the community center and the rental fees and the annual membership.
Yeah, this is a great time for that, yeah.
Okay. What I wanted to bring to that is to look at possibly increasing those a bit to help with the offset that our expenses, I think we recover about 19% of the expenses there.
Yes. Why don't I get with staff about that in terms of what we can look at for there, and that as we move through the budget process, you'll see a fee schedule, and we can implement those if, given the direction, if you guys want to do that, we'll implement that as part of the fee schedule for next year. Okay.
Gail, I didn't hear everything that you said. Something about the community center and fees?
The community center and the rental fees and the annual membership fee, which I had looked at from a presentation that Rachel had done before. She sent to me that we recover about 19% of our expenses there. And so that's what I was just looking at, if that's something, obviously we're not going to recover all of it, but maybe just a little bit of an increase there.
Yeah. Hannah, did you have anything? I know you get lost out there sometimes in the call-in, so I wanted to make sure if there's anything you wanted to see.
Thank you, Rachel. No, I don't have anything to add on, and thanks so much.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I want to extend my appreciation to the staff. Very, very good, well-done presentations. We appreciate all your efforts and hard work. Do you have anything you want to add, Rachel?
No, I would say, I'm going to say thanks for everybody. I know it's been a long day. Thanks for the council for being here. I know we're almost on time. Actually, we're a few minutes early, which is good. Always good to be early. But I know it's a long day. I know it's a lot. I know we've talked about, does this make sense to do it during the day? It's a lot to get through. But I hope for us, it's extremely valuable. And I hope, again, the work on the front end pays off on the back end when we bring you a budget that is familiar and consistent with what we talked about. So thank you for your time and your input today. It's not easy. I know that. It's not easy to figure out those priorities. What I took away, I have a bunch of notes. We'll make sure that we apply the things that we heard today with an overall focus on creating more opportunities for roads, being fiscally conservative, and really trying to make sure that we maintain all of our services, programs, and whatnot while still keeping those other priorities in mind. Not an easy balancing act, but that's what we'll shoot for.
And I would like to thank all of you for staying and helping us clean this mess up.